Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. Douluo Star. This is a world composed of 2 continents and sea areas, the Xiandao Empire and the Star Luo Empire. There are also other small islands in the sea that many people don't know about. Located at the southernmost point of the Xiandao Empire, Fasno Province, Huangjia Village. An ordinary young man was sitting on a grass field in the village, his bright eyes staring at the blue sky. His eyes were deep, revealing worries and thoughts that shouldn't be had at this age. His face is also ordinary. The figure is also mediocre. Suddenly he sighed. Muttering to himself, "It has been 6 years since I came to this world. Where is my golden finger?" His name is Huang Wei, and he is a time traveler. Coming into this world, I have no father and no mother. He was picked up by the old man Huang Long, the head of Huangjia village, and has been supporting him until now. He likes to read books on weekdays, and he also learned some knowledge about this continent from books. There is a martial soul in this continent, and it can only be awakened when a child is 6 years old. All children will have their own martial arts spirits. It just depends on whether they have soul power or not. Moreover, the grade of the item and the level of innate soul power can roughly predict that person's future. Yes, he traveled through time and came to the Douluo continent world in the previous life novel. This is said to be the sewer of fantasy novels, but for him who has never encountered a supernatural force, whether it is a sewer or not, being here, no matter how rubbish it is very powerful to him. As a time traveler, I haven't had a system for 6 years. Am I an abandoned child? This problem has been bothering him for 6 years. If he is really an abandoned child, then he will choose to go into business with his grandfather, make some money, and marry a wife. Go to a small city far away from the original events to feel comfortable, live a carefree life, and rest in peace. He had long been tired of the stressful jobs and 996 in his previous life. No matter what his martial spirit is, he wants to live more comfortable life. While he was thinking about the problem, the sky gradually darkened. He got up and walked towards the house that belonged to him. Opening the door, an old man's figure appeared in his eyes. This is the grandfather who adopted him, his only relative in the world. "Grandpa." Huang Wei called softly. Huang Long turned around with a kind smile on his face. He held the cooked pickled fish in his hand and put it on the table beside him. Their home environment is better than most. After all, we are in business, and money is not lacking from the perspective of life. But Huang Long is also a frugal person. Huang Long laughed and said, "Grandson, come and eat your favorite pickled fish. After you are full, take a bath quickly and go to bed early." Huang Wei walked over to help and blurted out, "Why is today so special?" Huang Long chuckled and said, "You are 6 years old, and it is time to awaken your martial soul. Early tomorrow morning, the soul master from the Wuhan palace will come to our Huangjia village to awaken the martial soul for free for children who meet the conditions." When he mentioned this, Huang Wei's eyes suddenly flashed. Yes, why did he forget to awaken his martial soul? He was also looking forward to and curious about what his martial soul was. If only it had soul power. He doesn't expect anything. As long as you can live comfortably. Whether he works hard or not has little to do with him. Because the hard work is too tiring and hard. Comfort is the greatest luxury a person can have in his entire life. "Well, I understand," he quickly said. "Grandpa, who is this soul master?" Huang Long sat down, served the pickled fish, and said with a smile, "His name is Su Yanteo. He helped to awaken dozens of villages here, so he will be very busy and won't have much time to stay. You have to obedient. Soul master, we commoners can't afford to offend him, but he's not too much. He's just a bit aloof, but otherwise he's pretty good. Speaking of which, before there was no Wuhan Hall, it was difficult for us commoners to awaken the Wuhan. It was even a luxury. In Huangjiakan, no soul master was born at that time. However, after the Wuhan Hall appeared, finally, our Huangjiakan was the first soul master among dozens of villages to awaken with soul power. After he joined the Wuhan Hall, he also brought a lot of conveniences to our Huang Jiakan. So, grandson, if you really awaken your martial soul and have soul power tomorrow, go and ask if you can join the martial soul hall. It is naturally the best if you can join. You don't need to worry about eating, drinking, and peeing in the future. No. It doesn't matter, just think of a way. Anyway, we still have some money at home, and if we save some money, we can last a lifetime. Huang Wei only asked one question, but Huang Long was already eating and talking, showing great love for Wuhan Palace. The fact that he has this wealth is inseparable from the soul master from Huang Jiakan and Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei listened quietly, while eating. He remembered everything Huang Long said in his mind. He nodded. I understand, Grandpa. If I awaken a martial spirit with soul power, my first choice will definitely be the spirit hall. Okay, let's eat. Huang Long nodded happily. A boy can be taught. Huang Wei's impression of Wuhan Palace was neither good nor bad, just average. But looking at it from another perspective, Wuhan Palace is indeed quite good. At least it is the only major force in Douluo continent that pays attention to civilians at this time. With anticipation and excitement, he fell into sleep. The next morning, Huang Wei got up early, washed up, ate the vegetable and egg noodles made by Huang Long himself, and then set off together with him. Soon he met all the other 6-year-old children in Huang Jiakan. But some acquaintances. Everyone knows them. There are 6 in total. Including Huang Wei. There are 7. Huang Long asked everyone to pay attention to some things. After everyone nodded, Huang Long continued to lead them towards the only martial soul awakening pavilion in the village. There was already a man wearing a light blue robe, standing with his hands behind his hands, staring at everything in front of him with a cold face, waiting for the arrival of qualified people in the village this time. Looking from a distance, Huang Wei saw him, and was shocked. This guy's appearance and clothing were exactly the same as Su Yunteo and the Douluo of his previous life. Grandpa, is that Master Su Yunteo in front of you? Huang Wei immediately stepped forward and whispered in Huang Long's ear. Huang Long nodded. Yes, grandson, that's him. Remember to be polite later. Huang Wei nodded. I understand, Grandpa. Soon, Huang Long led the 7 people to Su Yunteo with a smile on his face, raised his hands and said respectfully, Master Su, these 7 children have reached the 6-year-old age limit this year. Thank you for your hard work in the future. As he spoke, he took out a golden soul coin from his arms and said, we don't have anything valuable, so this golden soul coin will be used as payment for your hard work in drinking tea. After saying that, he stuffed it directly into Su Yunteo's hand. What? Can Village Chief Huang say? This is my duty. I will take these children in and take good care of them, but you know that martial arts can awaken things that humans cannot interfere with, so what they can awaken and whether they can awaken their soul power all on their luck and foundation. When Su Yunteo saw this, his expression immediately changed and he coughed lightly. The cold face was replaced by an embarrassed smile, and the whole person became kinder and easier to talk to. The golden soul coin was quickly put into the soul guide with a very honest hand. This soul guide was something he picked up when he went out for a night walk. Although the capacity was a little small, it was enough. I have to say I'm really lucky. And this golden soul coin is equivalent to his salary for several days. Naturally Happy Book Club Group 690,141,366 Chapter 2 Wuhan Zhuangui. The system is coming. I'm not an abandoned child. 7. Little guys, just follow Master Su in and awaken. I'll be waiting for your good news outside. After establishing the relationship, Huang Long turned to the 7 Huang and Wei people and said. Everyone nodded, and Huang Wei murmured in his heart, as expected, money is still a good thing, no matter where it is. Huang Long's actions may not have been noticed by the other 6 children, but he is a time traveler and an experienced person, so he naturally discovered it. 7 little guys, come with me. Su Yunteo smiled softly, very kindly, turned around and walked towards the door of the awakening pavilion. Then he made a mark with his hands, injecting soul power into the mark on the door. The mark shone brightly, and Su Yunteo opened it with a push of his hands. There are not many newborns in Huang Jiakan, and Huang Wen's batch is the only batch in the past 6 years. It's obviously been there for a long time. Chapter 2. But now when I open the door, there is not even a speck of dust point from this tiny detail. We can see that there is always some kind of force intervening here to prevent it from getting dusty. Su Yunteo walked in, and then a group of people followed him. Looking at the tall and majestic house here, the children's psychology in everyone's hearts was aroused, and they kept looking around. Su Yunteo came to the end, turned around and waved his hand gently, and the door was closed. It would be great if we could have a soul master. Huang Long outside was muttering that, since a soul master appeared in Huang Jiakan that time, he has not appeared again since then. What a pity. Although I'm not willing to give in, this has become a certainty. In the room, Su Yunteo smiled, looked at the 7 children in front of him, and said, "My name is Su Yunteo, a 26th level Great Soul Master. I'm also the guide for the awakening of your martial souls. No matter what happens next, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I will awaken your martial souls one by one." Ha! Possessed by a martial spirit. Suddenly, Su Yunteo spread his legs and shouted lowly. A very powerful soul power for these children emerged, and at the same time, a wolf appeared on him. Then 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, slowly appeared on his body. A powerful soul master's soul power swept across the entire scene. All the children, including Huang Wei, had slightly pale faces. Is this the great soul master? He's not as rubbish as the rumors say. Maybe it's because I'm just an ordinary person. Huang Wei secretly thought in his heart. When reading novels in his previous life, many people said that soul masters were rubbish, but now that he was in it, he realized that this was all nonsense. The other children all looked scared. Huang Wei was a little better. After all, he was born in 2 generations, so he was relatively calm. Su Yunteo's body is growing, his fingernails are lengthening and becoming sharp, his pupils have turned into wolf pupils, he has gained the most basic night vision ability, and his teeth have become longer and sharper. The whole person became like a werewolf. This is indeed quite scary. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Come, next, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Su Yunteo looked at the faces of the people in front of him, and then spoke calmly. As he spoke, he had thrown out 6 awakening stones and a blue sphere, injecting soul power into it, and letting it float in the air with the cooperation of the awakening stone and soul power. The awakening formation in the center also made a shining appearance. Let's start with you. Su Yunteo pointed to a girl on the far right. Just come up and stand in the center of the formation. Following Su Yunteo's instructions, the girl quickly entered it. Then Su Yunteo directly used his soul power, and the girl's body floated under the pull of a soul power. After a while, a white ordinary looking rabbit appeared on her body. Oh, the beast spirit rabbit. Su Yunteo was a little surprised, and a little excited at the same time. Did the soul power appear in the first village today? Congratulations, your martial spirit is the beast martial spirit white rabbit. Next, you can test whether it has soul power. Just put your hand lightly on the blue ball. Su Yunteo said, watching the little girl do it in anticipation. The little girl's expression was also extremely excited. The little heart was beating rapidly. But after pressing her hand on it for a long time, there was no reaction at all. At this moment, Su Yunteo's expectations turned into disappointment. Alas, I thought too much. Su Yunteo said softly, you have no soul power, and can only be an ordinary person. You can stand aside and wait. The little girl walked aside disappointedly. Then it was a second turn. A boy. The boy felt uneasy. Stand in the center and float. A copper colored light appeared in his right hand. Soon, a rusty copper sword appeared. At this moment, Su Yunteo's hope rekindled. Maybe this one will. Everyone watched with anticipation as the little boy placed his hand on the crystal ball. The result is nothing at all. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Oops, it's over. It's over. I won't be really cool. After finally traveling through time, he actually wanted to be a soul master. At least the income from salted fish is high. The little boy learned the truth and stood aside in despair. Then the third little girl came on the scene. The martial spirit is like a kitchen knife without soul power. Stand aside. The fourth little boy, whose martial soul is a hoe and has no soul power, stands aside. The fifth little girl's martial spirit is a needle. No soul power, just stand aside. Point the sixth little boy, whose martial soul is a mouse, and has no soul power, stands aside. Point Su Yuntao's original patience was completely gone. Point 7 people, 6 without soul power. He felt very tired. Point at the same time, Huang Wei was also tired and scared. Point I didn't see so many people. Okay, little guy, you are the last one, it's your turn. Su Yuntao sighed, with disappointment evident in his tone. Huang Wei walked toward the center of the formation with great anxiety. Under the guidance of Su Yuntao's soul power, the whole person flew up. Huang Wei suddenly felt what it means to be weightless. And it's itchy all over. It seems like something is coming out of the body. It's coming out. It's coming out. What will it be? Huang Wei felt very uneasy. Point. But at this moment, Su Yuntao was shocked. He saw a very large turtle. Su Yuntao blurted out. Point. And for some reason, he always felt that the young man in front of him was different from the others. This turtle was not an ordinary turtle. It had the head of a bird and the tail of a snake. The shell on its body was very large and had strange and mysterious lines. He has a kind of turtle majesty. Point. The chance of having soul power is very high. Su Yuntao suddenly became excited. Point. At the same time, Huang Wei's pupils also became sharper, yellowish, wrapped in charm. Looking at everything around, it has a magical lens slowing effect, and it is very clear. He also saw various blue things flowing in Su Yuntao's body, which were probably the meridians and soul power at the same time. A cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for awakening the black turtle spirit beast and meeting the system binding activation conditions. The turtle invincible system is successfully bound. The turtle represents an auspicious animal and represents longevity. Congratulations to the host for activating one of the turtle clan's talents, turtle longevity. Your lifespan will be greatly increased. Your current level does not increase your cultivation. You only need to eat, drink, and sleep to live to 300 years old. Your body will not be damaged. Various diseases can occur. Accidental death is not excluded. Chapter 3 System Task Release. When the sound of the system fell, Huang Wei felt that his life energy had skyrocketed. Everyone felt extremely comfortable. He fell silent and was finally called back by Su Yuntao's voice. Little guy, what is the name of this martial spirit of yours? Xuanwu doesn't look like it, but it's definitely a beast spirit like a turtle. At this time, the excited Su Yuntao reacted, calmed down the frenzy in his heart, and asked with a slight smile. Point. His face looked very eager to get the answer. He looked at the huge turtle carefully, and the vibrations he gave to the little guy in front of him were not as high as he understood. Point. The turtle shell is not in front of you, but on the turtle's back. Point. It's a little different from the knowledge he learned about beast spirit possession, etc. It seems that this kid is not possessed yet. Xuangui, my martial spirit is Xuangui. Huang Wei said. Xuangui, I have never heard of this species. Su Yuntao was a little confused. The black turtle, also known as the whirling turtle, is a symbol of a spiritual beast. Huang Wei said. Although Su Yuntao was very surprised by this new species of turtle, seeing how big this martial spirit named Xuan turtle was, it was definitely not simple. And what is a spirit beast? He didn't understand it, but he knew it wasn't simple. Su Yuntao coughed dryly and said, come on, little guy, take back your black turtle martial spirit first, otherwise it will consume a lot of your soul power. Just use your mind to control it, and think about taking back the martial spirit. Huang Wei nodded, but he felt that his soul power had not been consumed much. Perhaps this was one of the advantages brought by the black turtle. Then he did as he was told and quickly took the huge black turtle back into his body. Only then did the majestic aura in the room disappear. Put your hand on this ball of light and see if it has soul power. This will be the starting point that determines whether you can become a respected soul master. Hearing this, Huang Wei nodded. He couldn't wait for a long time. The remaining 6 little guys who failed were also frightened by Huang Wei's huge and domineering turtle martial spirit just now. Chapter 3 Feeling very small. Cold sweat was already flowing out on his forehead. Huang Wei put his hand up. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed quickly in the blue ball. Finally, completely fill the entire soul measuring ball. The house was also illuminated by this light. Wow. What a bright light. No, I'm going to be blinded. The other teenagers screamed, and the next moment their eyes hurt from the dazzling light. It was like seeing some treasure appear. Gilu, so bright. Could this be innately full of soul power? Even Su Yunteo was extremely upset at this moment and screamed in surprise. Oh my god, I've won. I've won the grand prize. I never thought that Su Yunteo, would be able to awaken a soul master with innate soul power under my guidance in my lifetime. Hahaha. Su Yunteo was so excited that he almost shed tears and laughed ecstatically. This turtle is not a useless soul. It is full of innate soul power. This talent is destined to be extraordinary in the future. If he can be lured into the Wuhan Hall, his promotion is expected. Salary and status increase. Marry Sissy as your wife. Oh yeah. This is something he has dreamed of for many years. Seeing Su Yunteo losing his composure, Huang Wei and the other 6 friends were shocked. A strange thought suddenly arose in the minds of the 6 little guys. This strange squid is so scary. Are you stupid? Should the village chief call the doctor to come and take a look? Su Yunteo knew that he had made a serious mistake, so he coughed dryly, and his face turned rosy with embarrassment at the same time. Huang Wei was also in a daze at this moment, because the moment he touched the light ball and it lit up, the sound of the system issuing a task rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Help Su Yunteo get promoted. You can choose reward options after completing the mission. 1. Anti-armor critical hit plus turtle shell enhancement. 2. Zuanshu cannon technique plus turtle claw strengthening. 3. Spinning water escape technique plus turtle tail strengthening. Huang Wei was overjoyed and helped Su Yunteo get promoted. According to the routine he read in novels, if he joins the spirit hall with full soul power, then Su Yunteo will naturally be promoted. This task is very simple. It requires no brain at all. All you need is your mouth point to sum it up. It is nothing more than defense, attack, speed point, and as a black turtle, why should I worry about attack and speed? As long as my turtle shell's anti-injury defense is high enough, then others won't hit him. But myself. System. I choose option 1. Huang Wei quickly organized his thoughts and decisively chose the first option. Ding. The selection is successful. It will be automatically issued after the task is completed. The system said. Su Yunteo's voice came at this time, pulling him back from the system sound. Well, I'm sorry, I lost my temper. By the way, what's your name, little guy? He immediately dropped the subject and asked. Huang Wei came back to his senses and said, hello, Master Su, my name is Huang Wei. Well, Huang Wei is a good name. After saying the polite words, Su Yunteo immediately got down to the topic. Well, on behalf of the Wuhan Palace, I invite you to join us. We have superior teaching resources. With your innate soul power, we can not only give you free tuition, but also provide you with great support. It won't be a problem to cultivate your growth and even arrange for you to have a titled Douluo expert as your teacher. What do you think? You must know that disciples with innate soul power are extremely talented, and there are only a handful of them in the mainland. This was the first time he had awakened, and he didn't want to miss it. Huang Wei showed the excited smile that a child should have and nodded. I'm willing to join the spirit hall. Haha, okay. By the way, where are your parents? I want to tell them. Hearing that Huang Wei agreed, Su Yunteo was in a very happy mood, and there was hope for promotion. Sissy is waiting for me. I want to marry you. Huang Wei said, I have no parents. I'm an adopted son who was picked up by my grandfather. My grandfather is the village chief of Huangjia village. He is waiting outside. You just saw him. I see. There are all kinds of irresponsible parents these days. Hey, don't be sad. Once you join Wuhan Hall, it will be your second home. Su Yunteo frowned and suddenly felt a little more compassion and care for the child in front of him. Huang Wei nodded. Okay. Su Yunteo smiled and nodded. The awakening of Huangjiakan has been completed this time. Although you 6 little guys can't become soul masters, you can still live a good life as ordinary people. Don't be discouraged. You still have a long way to go in the future. So he took out a small notebook and put her on Huangjia village with a pen point. This means that today's first stop, Huangjiakan, has completed its awakening point at the same time. It was written behind him that 7 people were awakened, 6 people had no soul power, and 1 person was born with full soul power, the martial soul black turtle, a new species. So he led everyone out. When Huang Long, who was waiting anxiously outside, saw this, he immediately rushed forward and asked eagerly, "Master Su, how is the situation?" "Very good. There are 7 people this time. Although only 1 person has soul power, this person is innately full of soul power." Su Yunteo stood with his hands behind his hands and said with a smile. Hearing this, Huang Long was immediately overjoyed. "Who is it?" "It's my grandpa," Huang Wei said. "Okay." Huang Long's eyes brightened. Su Yunteo smiled and said, "Village Chief Huang, Huang Wei has agreed to join the Wuhan Palace. If nothing happens, he will go to the next village with me later. I will take good care of him on the way." Chapter 4. The novice gift pack is opened. The first magical outfit. After hearing Su Yunteo's words, Huang Long felt reluctant to part with him. After all, I have had it for 6 years. But he couldn't be too selfish, so he talked to Su Yunteo about the matter. Back in the house, Huang Long quickly cooked some corn, potatoes, yams, etc. and gave them to Huang Wei. Huang Long stared at him and said, "My grandson, when you go to the Wuhan Palace, you must study hard and make yourself stronger. Don't let others bully you, and you shouldn't bully others either." "Well, I understand, Grandpa, don't worry. It's not like I won't come back. There will definitely be a holiday at Wuhan Palace. I will be back then." Huang Wei was also a little sad and couldn't help but miss the memory of going to school as a child in his previous life. "Okay, grandson, let's show Grandpa your martial spirit." Huang Long was very curious. Huang Wei nodded and whispered, "The black turtle is possessed." The next moment, a majestic turtle roar sounded. Immediately afterwards, he saw a huge black turtle silhouette appear, standing behind him. At the same time, there is a layer of green armor attached to his body that matches him very well. His pupils are yellow, giving him a demonic temperament, and his body is getting taller and stronger. The armor on his body was made from the tortoise shell of the black turtle, but it did not remove the tortoise shell on the martial spirit shadow. It can be regarded as a kind of turtle shell. After being possessed, Huang Wei felt that his defense had been greatly improved. Just go with your feelings, he silently thought about defense. The next second, a huge tortoise shell appeared on his body, covering him. "Grandpa, my martial spirit is black turtle, which is a kind of spiritual beast. It is very powerful and takes a defensive route. In the middle or even late stages, no one can break my defense," Huang Wei said with a smile. For him to say such arrogant words at this time was naturally the confidence given to him by the system. "Zhuangui, good defense. Don't be bullied, grandson. Don't he talk so loudly and keep a low profile." Huang Long coughed dryly and said excitedly, "No matter what it is enough that his grandson is born with full soul power and is also a very powerful turtle. Okay, grandpa, it's time for me to go." Huang Wei regained his martial spirit and returned to normal. After hugging Huang Long, he turned around and left with the bag in hand. Su Yunteo outside is waiting patiently. This is a seedling with innate soul power. He has even recalled the great reward given to him by Wuhan Palace in his mind. The whole person was smiling broadly and happily. The next moment he saw Huang Wei walking towards him. "Have you said goodbye?" Su Yunteo said. Huang Wei nodded. "Okay, let's set off." Su Yunteo smiled and said, "Don't be sad. It's not like I won't come back. There will be holidays in the future." Huang Wei nodded. Yes. The two got on the carriage and the carriage started to move. Huang Long looked at the carriage leaving the house and sighed slowly. "You have to grow up after all. Come on, in the carriage." Huang Wei asked the system, planning to ask him to give me a suggestion for the first soul ring. However, the system did answer, "Your soul skills have little connection with the soul ring. The soul ring is just a tool that allows you to break through the levels. You can just get anyone." This answer made Huang Wei speechless and happy at the same time. In this case, you don't need to worry about which soul ring to choose. However, what the system recommends is to find martial souls who are also turtles. It will be very easy to obtain soul rings. He naturally remembered the system's recommendation. Brother Su, how many villages do you still need to build? Huang Wei asked. Su Yunteo said, there are still 2 villages left, but I plan to send you to the Wuhan branch of Notting City first. After all, your safety is more important than those 2 villages, and I agreed with them that the time is within 3 days. That's enough. Huang Wei nodded. On the way, he took out the bag of things Huang Long gave him and shared it with Su Yunteo. Su Yunteo also accepted it happily. System, don't I have a novice gift pack? Huang Wei asked in his mind. I have one. Do you want to open it? The system said decisively. Huang Wei, yes. Chapter 4. The novice gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment. Thorn Armor X1. The Thorn Armor has been automatically put on by the Black Turtle. Thorn Armor. After wearing it, it greatly increases the defense and damage resistance. When attacked, it reduces the opponent's damage by 60% and reflects 40% of the opponent's damage. If the opponent is controlled and attacks you, it reflects 60% of the damage. It ignores the level and defense effects and goes directly to the inside and outside of the body. The effects can be superimposed. Warm reminder, if the target of counter injury exceeds the specified defense range by too much, the damage returned will gradually become lower. Listening to the system's report, Huang Wei became excited. Damn, he actually opened the Thorn Armor and it ignored the level. This is awesome. Although there is a warm reminder at the back, this is also reasonable. If there were no restrictions on such defensive artifact equipment, it would be really terrible. The system said it was put on by Zu and Turtle, but he didn't feel anything. It may have obvious effects only after summoning a black turtle to possess it, or when being beaten. There is a magical outfit in the early stage. While eating, Huang Wei checked the character interface. Turtle Invincible System Host, Huang Wei Martial Spirit, Black Turtle Talent, Turtle Longevity Lifespan. 300 Soul Power. 10. Soul Warrior, Soul Skill, None Equipment, Thorn Armor. After traveling all the way, the carriage finally arrived at Notting City at noon. The carriage quickly entered and stopped in front of the Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei looked at the branch hall of Wuhan Palace. It was magnificent, very domineering, and gave people a sense of oppression. We are here. Su Yunteo and Huang Wei got out of the car and quickly stepped up the stairs. When the golden armored guards on both sides of the door saw Su Yunteo, they still asked, what is he here for? The target was naturally Huang Wei. Su Yunteo immediately said, he is a child who joined our Wuhan hall. The 2 guards didn't say anything after hearing this. After all, they understand. The reason why I ask this is naturally to follow a process. Huang Wei followed Su Yunteo into the hall. The woman at the front desk stood up and smiled slightly. Deacon Su, you are back. Well, hoo-hoo, let's level him up. This time I have awakened a treasure. Su Yunteo looked excited. He immediately handed a piece of parchment written on the carriage from the soul guide to the woman at the front desk in front of him. Hello, sister. My name is Huang Wei, a martial soul black turtle with innate soul power. Huang Wei grinned. Sure enough, the women in the novel, even if they are just passers-by who have not been mentioned before, are also beautiful and charming. It seems there are no ugly women at all. When the woman in front of her, whom Su Yunteo called Hoo-Hoo, heard this, she immediately showed a sweet smile. Hello, little Huang Wei. I'm the registration office of the Notting Martial Spirit Branch Hall. Hoo-Hoo. You call me Hoo-Hoo. Just sister. Hello, sister Hoo-Hoo. Huang Wei smiled obediently. Megumin's smile deepened. You're so good. She lowered her head and looked at the content of the message handed over by Su Yunteo, and her expression suddenly froze. What? Is it really full of innate soul power? Her eyes looked at Su Yunteo in disbelief and then at the young man in front of her. Just now she thought that this young man was lying to her, but she didn't expect it to be true. Chapter 5 Salus, Papal Palace. Hoo-Hoo quickly registered. So I found Matthew Nuo, the main deacon of the branch temple. Mathuno walked out and received Megumin's form. Suddenly he was shocked. A black turtle with innate soul power. Huangjia village. Okay, I didn't expect that there would be someone with full soul power in our branch hall. Mathuno laughed. Teacher, this is this little guy. Su Yunteo came up with Huang Wei and introduced him. Huang Wei, this is Matthew Nuo, the chief deacon of the branch hall. Then he introduced Matthew Nuo. Hello, Grandpa. Huang Wei said politely. Haha, hello, Zio Wei. Matthew Nuo came up and stretched out his hand to gently touch Huang Wei's head. Then he asked Su Yunteo, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This will be reported to the superiors and there is no room for error. It will be very troublesome if there is a mistake. Su Yunteo said, try it with the soul testing bull in the palace. He believed that it was true and could not go wrong. But I still felt a little uneasy. Okay. Matthew Nuo nodded, then took Huang Wei and said, Zio Wei, come with me. Huang Wei followed Matthew Nuo and walked in. There is an even bigger blue soul measuring ball in this hall. Just put your hand on it gently, Matthew Nuo said. Huang Wei walked up and put his hand on it. The blue soul measuring ball lights up instantly. Very exuberant. Then LV10 appeared on the ball. Seeing this scene, Su Yunteo and Matthew Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. Let me just say, my soul measuring ball will definitely not go wrong. Su Yunteo smiled broadly. Matthew Nuo nodded. For safety reasons, the little guy has agreed to our spirit hall? Su Yunteo nodded. Yes. Matthew Nuo's smile became even brighter. This matter needs to be reported urgently. Zio Wei, you can stay here these days. After that, Su Yunteo took Huang Wei and organized a room in Wuhan Hall. Huang Wei looked at the layout here. It was very big and luxurious, with a big bed. The rest of the stuff is also available. Su Yunteo said, you are now a 10th level soul warrior. When the people above come over, they will help you hunt for the soul ring that suits you. You can wait here for the next few days. I will leave first. There are 2 villages waiting for me to awaken my martial soul. Yes, I understand. Huang Wei nodded. Then the door closed and Su Yunteo left. Matthew Nuo quickly ordered people to send the information to a more advanced palace. Huang Wei opened the curtains and looked at the scene outside. You can see a lot from high places and his current location is on the 3rd floor lying on the bed. Huang Wei communicated with the system in his mind. System, what else can you do? Huang Wei asked. But the system didn't answer him. It seems that this system is not fully intelligent, perhaps semi-intelligent. He doesn't look very smart. Time passes quickly like this. Night. A knight armed with gold walked towards the dining table in front. There was a man drinking wine and eating meat at the dining table. Bishop Salus. The golden knight came to the table and saluted respectfully. Yes, the person eating at the table in front of him is Salus, the platinum bishop of Wuhan Palace. He is also one of the celebrities beside Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhan Palace. Well, what's wrong? Salus's face turned a little red after drinking. He bit into a piece of chicken leg meat, chewed it and swallowed it. He raised his head and looked at the golden knight in front of him. The golden knight took out a letter from the soul guide and said respectfully, Lord Salus, this is urgent information sent back from Matthew Nuo, the head of the Notting City branch hall. There is something important to do. Report. What? Something important? Salus took the envelope from the golden knight. Take it apart and take a look. My eyes scanned the contents of the envelope. Marshal. Soul Black Turtle, innately full of soul power. His expression suddenly changed. He stood up with a serious expression and exclaimed. A surge of soul power surged through his body and then quickly removed the smell of wine and alcohol from his body. The rosiness on his face also disappeared. There is no smell of alcohol on him. There was no way around it. A black turtle soul master with innate soul power came out of a small Huangjia village. This was a big deal. He must go to the Pope's palace in Wuhan City in person to report to Pope Bibi Dong. Naturally, we cannot pass by in such a state. The golden knight was also shocked. Unexpectedly, he was innately full of soul power. You have to shut up about this matter. Salus warned the golden knight. The golden knight nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Sir Salus, I will never leak it. Go back. Salus nodded with satisfaction and then waved. Then he immediately set off and rushed towards the Pope's palace. Where he is now is in Wuhan City. It is also very close to the Papal Palace. Soon we arrived at the Papal Palace. Chapter 5. The Papal Palace is magnificent, resplendent, luxurious, and luxurious. There is a stone sculpture of an angel in front, revealing a solemn and sacred style. As soon as Salus came in, The golden knights guarding the door saluted. After Salas tidied up his clothes, he hurriedly entered the temple. I have seen His Majesty the Pope. There are also 2 elders. Then he immediately knelt down on one knee. In the main hall, there was a woman sitting on the supreme throne. The woman wore a luxurious black robe with gold patterns, a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, and held a scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless gems. Fair skin, almost perfect appearance. The long and delicate white legs are folded together elegantly and charmingly. A charming feminine fragrance emanated from her body. It makes her look so different. Especially the invisible nobility and sanctity exuded from his body makes people unable to help but feel the emotion of worshipping him. The person in front of her was none other than Pope Bibi Dong. She was so stunningly beautiful, noble, elegant, and tranquil. All kinds of beautiful words seem to be applied to this woman. Although she is no longer young, the traces of time seem to have not left on her body. There was a person standing on each side below her. The one on the left is wearing a gorgeous golden armor. His face is a little haggard. He looks like a man, but his aura gives people the feeling of a woman. He is very coquettish. This person is Yuguan, Ju Douluo. On the right is a man wearing a gorgeous shadow-colored armor with a somewhat pale face. There is also a tattoo of a ghostly symbol on his face. There is a very strange aura hovering around his body, which makes people feel something strange even from a distance. A cowardly and ghostly fear. This person is none other than a ghost, Ghost Douluo. These 2 people are Bibi Dong's right-hand men. Existence dedicated to supporting the Pope. At this moment, both of them were making the same movement with their hands, showing evil smiles. However, these 3 people planned to go home. The plan was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Salas. Bibi Dong's voice was cold. What's wrong with Salas? Salas took out the envelope in his hand, said, there is an urgent report from the Wuhan branch in Notting City. Su Yuntao has awakened a young man in Huangjia village who is innately full of soul power, and whose martial soul is a black turtle. Innately full of soul power, black turtle. Bibi Dong and the other 3 were a little surprised. What new species is the black turtle? Anyway, it's a turtle. It should be defensive support. Yuguan and Gui Mei said in surprise. Bibi Dong moved her hand slightly, and the envelope in Salas' hand flew into her Kaian Qian hand. When he opened it, he showed a smile. Su Yuntao is very lucky. I will give him a promotion, and 100,000 gold soul coins as a reward. Chapter 6 Bibi Dong's personal visit. Amazing defense power. After hearing this reward, everyone was envious. There is no limit to promotion. No matter how you get promoted, it will definitely not be as high as the status of the 3 of them. As for the reward of 100,000 gold soul coins later, good guy, this is equivalent to their income for half a year or even more than a year. Very envious. 100,000 gold soul coins can do a lot of things. Salas nodded immediately. Yes, he is now living in the branch hall and is very safe. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and said, it's getting late now. I'll go there in person tomorrow and take him to hunt for the first soul ring. Okay, you will go down. His Majesty the Pope. The next morning. A luxurious motorcade arrived in front of the Wuhan branch hall in Notting City. 2 long legs stretched out from it. The person who came out was none other than Pope Bibi Dong. In addition, Yuguan and Ghost followed behind him. There is also a Salas. When the people in the branch hall saw this, they all knelt down in fear. I have seen His Majesty the Pope. Matthew Nuo panicked. I didn't expect to alert His Majesty the Pope and ask you to come down in person. Wouldn't this be too much of a fight? Bibi Dong said expressionlessly. It doesn't matter. The value of an innate soul power is far more valuable than you think. There is no room for loss. Yes. Matthew nodded. Where is that little guy? Bibi Dong asked with her long eyelashes twitching. He hasn't gotten up in the room yet. Matthew Nuo said immediately, sweating profusely. He had no choice but to stand here. Bibi Dong naturally exuded a royal aura, which frightened him. It's unreasonable. His Majesty the Pope comes here in person, and that boy still dares to sleep. He must be taught a lesson. When the ghost on the side heard this, he immediately spoke angrily. Bibi Dong waved her hand. He doesn't know. I can't blame him. Take us to his room. Bibi Dong looked at Matthew Nuo. Yes. Matthew nodded. Lead the way immediately. In the room at this moment, Huang Wei was sleeping soundly, his mouth was drooling, and he seemed to be having some sweet dream, showing a lewd smile. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening woke him up from his dream. The time traveler suddenly got angry when he got up and said angrily, "Who are you? Are you polite? Open the door so early in the morning. I'm having a sweet dream." The few people who were coming in were stunned when they heard Huang Wei's childish angry roar. When Mathuenuo heard this, he was immediately frightened. His back felt cold, and he thought secretly in his heart, "Darling, shut up." Then he looked at Bibi Dong quietly. I found that her face was calm and not much changed. However, Yu Guan and Gui Mei immediately stopped talking. "Little brat, open your eyes and let me see clearly who is coming." His Majesty the Pope came to pick you up in person, so you can just have fun. He even asked His Majesty the Pope to come up in person to wake you up. "Who do you think you are?" Ghost said angrily. The sudden voice immediately brought Huang Wei back to his senses. He looked at the three strangers in front of him, but they felt very familiar. The next second I remembered, weren't these Yu Guan, Gui Mei and Bibi Dong? This is exactly the same as the image in the anime. It's fake if you can't recognize it. What? An interesting little guy. Bibi Dong held the scepter in hand and walked over slowly. Huang Wei was a little nervous. After all, it was the first time he faced such a scene. He immediately got out of bed and looked at the woman walking over with as calm a look as possible. "Hello, Sister Pope, I'm Huang Wei. Just call me Zio Wei." As he spoke, he showed an innocent smile. As soon as this title came out, the whole place fell silent again. Sister Pope. The mouths of the people behind him were twitching, and some of their veins were exposed. The ghosts were a little furious. Mathuenuo was so frightened that he almost fainted. Bibi Dong was in a daze when she heard the little guy in front of her call her. No one had ever called her this name before. What a strange and touching title. Just when the ghost wanted to reprimand the guy in front of him, Bibi Dong stopped him with his jade hands. Her red lips raised slightly and she said, "Zio Wei, can you let me see your martial spirit?" Huang Wei nodded and smiled. "Of course." Possessed by a black turtle. Then the voice rose. A huge black turtle suddenly appeared on his body. The face is like a bird, the tail is like a snake, and there is a huge tortoise shell in the center. His eyes are sharp and possess of great power. Comes with the power of a turtle. Huang Wei's body was once again covered with a layer of close-fitting turquoise armor, with yellow eyes and sharp pupils, and his body was tall and strong. The whole person's temperament has undergone a huge sublimation. Isn't this too big? You Guan and others behind him were shocked. The black turtle in front of them was the largest martial spirit they had ever seen, and it was even bigger than that black turtle. And it is not possessed, but suspended above Huang Wei. It always gives people an unusual feeling. Bibi Dong looked at each other and could tell that the martial spirit of the black turtle in front of her was extraordinary. And he also clearly sensed that the other party had exactly 10th level soul power. Very good. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction and asked, "How do you feel after the martial spirit is activated?" Huang Wei answered truthfully, "My defense has become very strong." "Oh, it's very strong." Bibi Dong guessed in her mind, wondering if this kind of strength is the same as those defensive spirits. Chapter 6. And she wasn't surprised to see the defense increase. So she said, "Little guy, let's go down and find someone to test it out." "Okay." Huang Wei nodded and followed. Soon everyone arrived at the open space on the first floor. Bibi Dong looked at Su Yunteo and said, "Su Yunteo, activate the martial spirit and use the power of the Soul Master to attack Zio Wei." "Ah, yes." Su Yunteo nodded. He understood that this was to test Huang Wei's martial arts spirit's defense. Possessed by a lone wolf, he summoned the martial soul and directly used the Soul Master's normal attack to blast towards Huang Wei. Defense. Huang Wei smiled slightly, with a thought in his mind. The next moment, a tortoise shell appeared on his body, and at the same time he felt the defensive energy brought by the thorn armor fused into the tortoise shell. Su Yunteo gathered his soul power, used his first soul skill, and landed a punch. Bang. However, the next second, the tortoise shell did nothing, and did not move at all. Moreover, Su Yunteo felt that he was hit by some kind of force, and immediately flew backwards. He fell to the ground with a thud. Ah, my hand hurts so much. It seems to be broken. Su Yunteo wailed, sweating profusely, covering his drooping right arm, and shouting in pain. How could it be possible? Everyone was shocked. It's really broken. Yu Guan and Gui Mei sensed it and were shocked. Bibi Dong's eyelashes fluttered, and she also had a look of surprise on her face. Quickly, let the healing soul master come over. Salus shouted. Soon the healing soul master from the branch hall came over to treat Su Yunteo. His pain gradually disappeared, and the bones in his arm healed. You haven't even obtained the soul ring yet, but you have such amazing defensive power, and it seems to be able to rebound other people's attack power. Yes, this martial arts soul is very good. Bibi Dong praised it. If you add soul rings, how amazing will the defense be? Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei gently and said softly, Xiao Wei, are you willing to become my teacher? Chapter 7 Stardao Forest. Thorn-armored turtle. Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei gently and said softly, Xiao Wei, are you willing to become my teacher? After hearing what Bibi Dong said, Huang Wei was immediately overjoyed. This was the effect he wanted. He is a defensive turtle martial spirit, and his life will be very easy in the future. Once he is familiar with it, he can be lazy. The most important thing for people is to live freely and relaxedly. Now that I have a martial soul, I'm still a black turtle, and I have also started to have the talent of turtle longevity. However, joining the spirit hall and becoming Bibi Dong's disciple meant enemies with Tang Xin and his group. But for him, it's not a big problem, because there is a system that will wait until his defense improves in the future. He will rebound and blow up the so-called clear sky hammer with him here. Wuhan Palace will definitely be able to rule the continent in this life. When I live a long and comfortable life, I also want to change some things in my destiny. Huang Wei immediately bowed to Bibi Dong and said, I do, teacher. Very good. From now on you will be my second direct disciple, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong said with satisfaction. Then a necklace made of red crystal appeared in her hand. She handed it to Huang Wei and said, this is a meeting gift for my master. This one is called the Red Crystal Chain. It is a soul guide. It contains 30 cubic meters of storage space. There are also some cultivation resources prepared for you by master. Thank you, teacher. Huang Wei happily took it. He didn't expect that this was a soul guide. It was really good looking and transparent. He quickly put it on around his neck and saw that it fit perfectly. Bibi Dong was also satisfied. You can go back first. I will personally take him to the Stardao Forest to hunt for the first soul ring, Bibi Dong said to the person behind him, and then looked at Salus. You can handle Su Yunteo's matter. His Majesty the Pope. Everyone behind him bowed his hands. After that, a carriage headed directly towards the Star Forest. Only Huang Wei and Bibi Dong were in the car. After they left, Yu Guan and Gui Mei also returned to the Pope's palace. At this time, Salus took out a certificate and announced, Su Yunteo has awakened the innate soul power and has great merits. The Pope's awakening will save you from Deacon in White has been upgraded to the position of branch elder with a bonus of 100,000 gold soul coins. I hope you will continue your efforts. Su Yunteo and the people in the palace were immediately excited and envious when they heard it. Yes, sir. Su Yunteo was overjoyed when he heard this. He completely forgot about the pain in his hands. In addition to the treatment from the healing soul masters, he was now in a state of recovery. Innate soul power is so valuable. He remembered that in addition to Huang Wei, there was also a child in Holy Soul Village who had also awakened the innate full soul power. But the martial spirit is Blue Silver Grass, and the other party has no intention of joining the spirit hall. What's more, a useless martial spirit will never be taken seriously by the superiors. He just reported it as normal procedure. At the time of his canonization. The voice of the system sounded in Huang Wei's mind in the carriage. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward, anti-armor critical hit plus turtle shell enhancement, already distributed. As the sound of the system fell, Huang Wei suddenly felt an inexplicable heat in his body, which quickly disappeared. Now he felt himself even harder. I was extremely excited. This is the effect you want. He is very curious now, not knowing what level of Soul Master's attack his current defense can withstand. Bibi Dong said, Xiao Wei, have you thought about the direction in which your martial spirit will develop? Huang Wei said, I don't know much about this. Teacher, with your knowledge, which path do you think is most suitable for this disciple's martial spirit? As a turtle clan, the most eye-catching thing is the turtle shell. The turtle shell has very terrifying defensive power. You just didn't get the first soul ring, and you attacked Su Yunteo, who used level 15 soul power to attack lightly. It was easy to resist, and it also caused reverse damage to him, so the teacher recommends that you directly take the route of defense, or being able to rebound attacks. Bibi Dong's expression at this moment was not as cold as in the Pope's palace, but rather gentle, like a mother who teaches her children seriously. Huang Wei nodded. Okay, I'll listen to the teacher. Let's find a soul beast from the turtle family. My martial spirit is also a turtle, so it should be absorbed more smoothly than those from different races. Just let nature take its course and push the target to the tortoise soul beast. Bibi Dong nodded and decided to find turtles for Huang Wei. The carriage moved quickly. Soon we arrived at the Stardao forest. She could actually go to the soul hunting forest, but there were too few types of soul beasts in that place. Bibi Dong quickly searched in her mind for a turtle suitable to be Huang Wei's first soul ring. It's called Jingjia Earth Turtle. The carriage arrived at the Star Forest and the two quickly got out of the carriage. Don't leave the teacher's side for a while, Bibi Dong said softly. Yes, I understand, teacher. Huang Wei nodded obediently. Following Bibi Dong, I looked at her long legs, so white and tender. I really wanted to touch them and pinch them. Moreover, Bibi Dong's twisted waist and plump buttocks made Huang Wei, a time traveler of 2 generations, excited. Just like that, without knowing it, the two of them stepped into the outskirts of the Stardao forest. A terrifying soul power appeared on Bibi Dong's body, knocking back the surrounding soul beasts. Go directly towards the soil and rock formations with Bibi Dong leading the way. It was a smooth journey, and not a single soul beast dared to come out to cause trouble. After arriving at the earth and rock layer, she restrained her aura. The powerful mental power scanned the surroundings. He said to Huang Wei, Zio Wei, wait for the teacher here. He will be back soon. As he said that, the gem scepter in his hand was a little bit in the air, and an energy shield enveloped Huang Wei. Then her figure disappeared. Huang Wei activated his martial spirit, and the black turtle appeared, wearing a green body hugging armor. His whole body became cool, and the aura of turtle dominance rose. Silently thinking about defense in his heart, he directly entered a defensive state under a layer of tortoise shell. Bibi Dong appeared again, already at the foot of a rocky valley, and happened to see a thorn-shelled turtle. At this time the turtle was looking for food. She observed the other person's figure, and judged the approximate age of this guy. 450 years. She frowned. Generally speaking, the maximum number of years a soul master's first soul ring can stand is 423 years. But the one in front of me is 27 years too long. Bibi Dong said softly. Zio Wei's martial spirit is a black turtle. With such a strong defense, his bloodline must also be very strong. He has a natural compatibility with the turtle family. Maybe you can give him a try. If it doesn't work, find another one. If you can break the limit. She decided to give her disciple a chance to challenge. Of course, you also need to ask the other party if they are willing. The next second, the coercion of a title Douluo appeared on her body, pressing towards the Jingjia turtle. The thorn-shelled turtle that was looking for food suddenly turned pale in fright, felt something was wrong, and wanted to run away. But the next second, he was knocked unconscious by a powerful force. Then he was carried away by a woman. Chapter 8. The black striped tiger committed suicide and absorbed the magical soul ring. Huang Wei, who was waiting on the spot, encountered a tiger spirit beast the moment he summoned the martial spirit. This tiger is extremely ferocious, with huge teeth and black stripes all over its body. There was a bloody and murderous aura about him. When he looked at Huang Wei, he showed greed and hunger. Huang Wei looked at the tiger in front of him and felt chills all over. Is this too bad luck? As soon as Sister Donja left, a tiger came to the door. The next moment, he was stunned. A system screen appeared in front of me. Chapter 7. Information about the tiger in front of him was displayed on the screen. Soul beast, black striped tiger, year 200 years, personality, bloodthirsty, fierce, Cruel point the host's current defense power can easily reach it and even kill the opponent with counter injury. After seeing this prompt from the system, Huang Wei's heart immediately relaxed and he raised his middle finger to the black striped tiger in front of him. Come on, little trash, if you don't hit me, I'll look down on you, Huang Wei said, holding his tongue. He also wanted to see his current counter injury to see if it would trigger a critical hit effect. However, Bibi Dong, who was returning with the thorn-eared turtle, happened to see the scene in front of him. Seeing Huang Wei's confident attitude towards a 200-year-old black striped tiger, she suddenly became a little interested, but she did not return to Huang Wei immediately. Instead, he watched quietly from a tree not far away. The one in front of me was just a black striped tiger that was more than 200 years old. Even Su Yuntao couldn't break Huang Wei's defense, and this black striped tiger was even more impossible. However, the black striped tiger didn't know this. It seemed to understand Huang Wei's provocation. It was already eager, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced directly on Huang Wei. Roar. The soul beast skill is activated directly, and the black striped tiger bites. Bang. However, the next second, the green tortoise shell wrapped around Huang Wei resisted. It was motionless, unable to move at all. But on the other hand, the black striped tiger felt that he had bitten on an unprecedentedly hard steel. The next second, his whole body trembled, and intense pain came from his teeth. The two tiger teeth exploded instantly, a force rushed around in its body, and blood burst out of its body. Finally, the tiger's body shook violently and exploded into a blood mist. In front of Huang Wei, a yellow halo appeared slowly floating. This is the soul ring. Bibi Dong, who was watching from a distance, immediately shrank her pupils and fluttered her eyelashes when she saw this scene. Even she was frightened. Bibi Dong murmured, with this defense power and the ability to retaliate against damage, it is no wonder that this black turtle has innate soul power. Now I have found a treasure. If I cultivate it and grow it, the defense power will be the same. How terrible is it? From this moment on, she felt a sense of determination in her heart. The figure moved and appeared in front of Huang Wei. Hey, teacher, you are back. You are so slow. Huang Wei was a little blamed. If it weren't for his excellent defense, he would have been injured even if he died. It took me a while. Did you kill this? Bibi Dong showed a gentle smile, then looked at the yellow soul ring aside and asked knowingly, I didn't kill it. Huang Wei immediately shook his head. It committed suicide. It bit my tortoise shell for no reason, and then exploded on the spot. It seems that my martial spirit is still very powerful. As he spoke, he smiled and scratched his head. Bibi Dong was a little speechless, but still said, this soul ring is wasted. But whatever, it is seeking death. Then she threw the unconscious swaddled turtle to the ground. Huang Wei immediately said, teacher, is this turtle my first soul ring? Bibi Dong said, well, this turtle is named Jingjia turtle, and its year is 400 years. The maximum limit of the first soul ring of the human 50 body is 423 years. This one is a full 20 years taller. For 7 years, I have considered that your black turtle is unusual and may be able to break this limit. Are you willing to take the risk and give it a try? If you don't want to, I'll help you find another one. Fearing that Huang Wei would be burdened, he immediately added point at this time. The information about the turtle in front of him appeared again in Huang Wei's eyes. Soul beast, thorn armored earth turtle year. 450 years, first ring soul master. Personality, resolute, strong, and hot-tempered. The host martial soul is a black turtle, which has the suppressive effect on these turtles. In addition, the body's defense is strong at this moment, and it can easily absorb this soul ring. Is it absorbed? After seeing the system prompts, Huang Wei suddenly felt relaxed. What made him curious was that there were more choices than the black striped tiger. Teacher, I'm willing to give it a try. I believe I can succeed. I want to be a soul master different from others. Break the limit and become the first. Huang Wei's eyes were resolute. Okay. As expected of me, Bibi Dong's disciple, you did not disappoint me. Come on, you stab it to death. The soul master must kill the soul beast with his own hands to absorb the soul ring. There was a hint of approval in Bibi Dong's eyes. He took out a knife from the soul guide and handed it to Huang Wei. Huang Wei immediately clicked yes on the system screen. The next moment, there was another line of text. Ask the host to put his hand on the head of the turtle. The black turtle will react and make it your first soul ring without killing the opponent. This ability is only useful to the turtle family. After seeing it, Huang Wei was overjoyed. Immediately said, "Teacher, I feel that my black turtle spirit does not need to kill turtle spirit beasts so that it can become my spirit ring without risk." What? How can this be? When Bibi Dong heard this, she looked shocked and full of disbelief. This is so ridiculous. Could it be that he is the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Looking carefully at Huang Wei, he is an ordinary human being. Then, what are you going to do? Bibi Dong did not refuse, but asked instead. Huang Wei said, "My black turtle told me that all I need to do is put my hand on the head of this turtle." "Okay, then you give it a try." Bibi Dong was also curious and wanted to see this ridiculous scene. After receiving the agreement, Huang Wei smiled and decisively put his hand on the head of the thorn-shelled turtle in front of him. The next second, a strange appeared scene. The huge black turtle behind Huang Wei roared, and the mysterious lines on the turtle's shell suddenly lit up, shrouding it towards the Jingjia earth turtle. The Jingjia turtle turned into a ray of light and directly integrated into Huang Wei's body in the next second. When Huang Wei felt something coming, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to move according to the feeling. Is this really absorbed? How on earth is this done? Is his martial spirit a god-level martial spirit? Bibi Dong was shocked. Her red lips parted, and her pretty face was filled with confusion and disbelief. The next second, the gem scepter in his hand touched the ground, and a magnetic field of soul power spread out, covering the place. Whether she believed it or not, the fact had happened now, and she just had to wait and see the final result. At the same time, she was extremely joyful in her heart, her eyes staring straight at the huge black turtle on Huang Wei's body. This black turtle spirit hides many secrets. Even Huang Wei doesn't know about it. But what she doesn't know is that all of this is closely related to Huang Wei's system. Chapter 9 Defense version of static electric blade in the forest. Under the defense of the black turtle, Huang Wei entered the state of absorbing the Jingjia earth turtle. As time went by, he could feel a magical warm current flowing through every part of his body. Gradually, a yellow soul ring representing 100 years appeared outside his body. The soul ring was very bright. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. At the same time, he was also surprised at Huang Wei's absorption speed. Only half an hour had passed. The moment Huang Wei opened his eyes, the moment voice of the system sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully becoming a first level soul master. The reward selection is as follows. 1. The defensive version of the static electric blade. 2. The attack version of Static's electric blade. 3. The speed version of Static's electric blade. The sudden mission reward made Huang Wei happy. It was an accident. I want the first option. Without thinking, he decisively chose the first one. Defense is his main focus, and he doesn't care about the rest of speed and attack. After that, he stayed in the papal palace until he got up from behind. At that time, he could ensure that no one under the gods could break his defense. His attackers were committing suicide. He remembered that this static electric blade was an electric knife in the League of Legends in his previous life. A must-have piece of equipment for anyone who plays Gale Swordsman. Now that he is here and has become a defensive version, he clicks on the introduction out of curiosity. Defensive version of static electric blade increases defense power by 40%. Provides 40% critical damage retaliation. It can reflect one person's attack back to a group of people at a certain percentage, and will produce a series of electric shock effects, up to attack 7 targets, with a temporary paralysis effect. Passive. The enemy's continuous attacks on you will temporarily increase your defense power, based on the original basis. The effect can be superimposed. It ignores the level and defense and reaches both inside and outside the body. Warm. Reminder, if the target of counter injury exceeds the specified defense range by too much, the damage returned will gradually become lower. Damn it, this awesome guy. I didn't expect that he suddenly revealed another magical weapon. That's awesome. If one person hits me, he can hit 7 people with his own injuries. If it's a group of people beating me, then aren't they killing each other? Ha 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 ha. What a system. What a system. Huang Wei was so happy when he thought of this at this moment. He was blushing and extremely excited. This electric knife has been automatically integrated with the turtle shell by the system and has become passive. Huang Wei only needs to activate defense and it will automatically appear when he is hit point. Although the warm reminder appeared again later, he also understood, still the same sentence, if there were no restrictions on such defensive artifact equipment, it would be really terrible. The next second, he couldn't wait to take a look. A familiar character interface appears in front of you. Turtle Invincible System Host, Huang Wei. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. Martial Spirit, Black Turtle Talent, Turtle Longevity Lifespan. 500 Soul Power. 13. First level Soul Master, Soul Skill, Defense, Passive, Self-inflicted counter injury critical hit level 1, Turtle Shell strengthening level 1, Equipment, Thorn Armor, defensive version of static electric blade. Anti-injury rate 100% critical hit rate 50%. After seeing the introduction of the system, Huang Wei looked even more delighted. Unexpectedly, the level was suddenly raised by 3 levels, and his defense was greatly improved. It should be able to block the attack from Soul Lord. The details will only be known after experiments. As for Soul Master and those above, the damage they inflict will be weakened by the effects of the Turtle Shell and Thorn Armor, and will bounce back according to a percentage. It also means that the other party is beating himself up. Start rolling. Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei, whose expression was constantly changing, and suddenly showed a strange look. I thought something had happened. Could it be that something happened to him when he absorbed the martial soul and he became stupid? Bibi Dong immediately called out, Zio Wei, Zio Wei. The next moment, Bibi Dong's voice sounded in Huang Wei's mind. He came to his senses immediately. Looking at Bibi Dong, teacher, what's wrong? Bibi Dong looked at him strangely. Are you okay? Huang Wei was a little confused, but he reacted the next moment and immediately shook his head. Teacher, I'm fine. I'm fine. What is your first soul ring? Bibi Dong asked curiously. Huang Wei said, defense. Gone. Well, no more. How about you, teacher? Try using the power of a great soul master to attack me. Huang Wei rolled his eyes and asked. After all, his soul skills were not given by the soul beast. The soul beast used as his soul ring was just a shackle to break through, which was also the key to open the door. It has no other use, so it doesn't matter if you just find a turtle soul beast to absorb it. But Bibi Dong doesn't know this, and Huang Wei won't say it for the time being. Well, Bibi Dong nodded. Then, 2 soul rings appeared on his body, both yellow. A spider appeared on her body, very ugly and evil. This breath made Huang Wei's back shiver. Immediately entered a defensive state. The first soul ring on his body also lit up. The color of the tortoise shell that enveloped him became more obvious in the next second. Bibi Dong used her soul power, which was exactly level 20, to activate her first soul skill and hit Huang Wei. Bang. However, the next second, Bibi Dong felt that the tortoise shell in front of her was extremely hard, and all her attacks were offset. At the same time, there was an electric shock and numbness in the body. There was a sharp pain in the body. Although she has the cultivation of a titled Douluo, her body is very fragile. This is also a weakness of all soul masters. Bibi Dong's complexion changed drastically, and the other 7 soul rings immediately spread out, and at the same time, the aura on his body became very powerful. Use a burst of soul power to quickly fight against it, and then completely cancel it out. But there are still tinglings equally in the body. However, at this moment, Huang Wei blinked and looked at Bibi Dong without any trouble at all. Seeing the 2 rings on Bibi Dong's body, 2 purple, 4 black, 1 red, 9 soul rings, and looking at the deflated look, she suddenly started laughing in her heart. Physical strength is the shortcoming of many soul masters on Douluo continent. This is true even for some martial soul masters who combine attack and defense or defense point. Huang Wei immediately asked, "Teacher, how do you feel?" Bibi Dong pretended to be calm, nodded and said, "Very good defense. How do you feel, Huang?" Wei scratched his head. "I don't feel anything." Bibi Dong suddenly didn't want to speak. The opponent's defense was too abnormal. Not only did it bounce back, but even with only level 20 soul power, how could it possibly cause her such intense pain? The final answer is naturally the accompanying critical hit effect point. The most important thing is that Thornama's counter injury ignores level point. Even if a god comes, he will still be hurt 100%. Teacher, do you want to use level 30 power to see? I want to see the limits of my defense, Huang. When he spoke righteously. Bibi Dong didn't answer immediately. She had the same feeling just after using her first soul skill. If she made it stronger, wouldn't the effect be even more intense? But in order to help verify, she was also curious. So he nodded, "Okay." Immediately afterwards, she opened her third soul ring and her cultivation level increased to level 30. She hesitated, then reduced her strength a little more. It blasted towards Huang Wei's tortoise shell. There was no other way. Only by breaking the tortoise shell could he hurt Huang Wei. Chapter 10 I can upgrade by soaking in water. After learning the first lesson, this time Bibi Dong used his soul power to form a kind of soul power protection inside and outside the body. Bang. But the next second, Zilla, electricity also appeared on her body, and she felt paralyzed immediately, as if she had completely ignored the defense of the soul. The next second, a pain spread through his body. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and stepped back with her legs. The sting was more intense than before. But at this moment, Huang Wei also felt that something was passing through his body. But he still didn't feel any pain or discomfort. It seems that Soul Master is not the limit. Although it can hurt me, as long as the opponent is strong, I will also be hit in return. This time, Bibi Dong received a critical hit again, which is why she felt like this. Fortunately, he was a titled Douluo, otherwise she wouldn't be able to stand up at this moment. If the other party was Soul Lord, he might have been crippled and seriously injured and fell to the ground. At that time, he could pick up a knife and give the opponent a hard blow on the neck. Bibi Dong immediately used her soul power to resist. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. If Yu Guan and others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. But at this moment, Bibi Dong was very shocked and couldn't believe Huang Wei's defense. The Soul Master's attack was so easy to resist when the opponent, a first level Soul Master with only level 13, entered. "You still don't feel anything?" Bibi Dong asked. In order not to hit the opponent, Huang Wei shook his head and said, "This time, I was hit by something, and it hurt a little, but..." Saying this, Bibi Dong became even more speechless. "It's better not to say anything. From the look of you, there's nothing wrong with you. Teacher, are you coming again?" Huang Wei asked, blinking his eyes. "Forget it, your defense is already very strong. If Soul Lord wants to break through your defense, the stronger the power, the stronger the person's self-inflicted damage will be. Under Soul Lord, you can basically be invincible. As for Soul Lord, you also need the power to resist. What's more, you will study in the Spirit Hall in the future, your cultivation will be improved, and your defense will naturally increase." Bibi Dong shook her head. "Stop trying. She would be the one to suffer. The opponent's defense is too demonic." Huang Wei asked, "Teacher, can you find someone to make some good long swords for me?" Bibi Dong asked doubtfully, "What do you want this for, Huang?" Wei said, "Although my defense is strong, my own attack power is too low. I plan to wait for the opponent to beat me until I fall down and cannot resist. If it is the enemy, I will go up and kill the opponent completely." Hearing this, a hint of approval flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. "This is a good idea. When I go back, I will have someone build you some long swords." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Huang Wei thanked him immediately. "We are masters and disciples. We don't need to be like this. Now that you have obtained the first soul ring, it's time to return to the headquarters, Wuhan City." Bibi Dong said softly. "Okay." The two quickly left the Stardao Forest. He got on the carriage and sped directly towards Wuhan City. Chapter 9. Time flies. 3 days have passed. In the past 3 days, the news that Bibi Dong had accepted a new male disciple had spread throughout Wuhan City. It was also revealed that this boy was an innate man with full soul power. As for what the martial soul was, outsiders did not know. Only senior people inside know. In the Xiandao Empire, in the Xiandao royal family, in the prince's room, Qin Ringsu, who played the role of Zuking, quickly got the news. I'm also very curious about this novice disciple with innate soul power. I didn't expect that woman to accept a boy as her disciple. It's your innate soul powerful. Humph, you can't compare with me. I have an innate soul power of level 20. I'm also a god level seraph martial spirit. Although Qin Ringsu verbally hated her mother very much, she still felt a little sour in her heart at this moment, so she showed off her sense of superiority. Innate soul power, Black Turtle, is of the defensive type. Continue to look at the contents on the envelope. The next second she turned around and lit a fire, burning it until only ashes were left. On the other side of Wuhan City, Hulina and the 3 people who had completed the mission training were also very interested in Pope Bibi Dong, a novice disciple. The mission just happened to be completed. Now rush back to see you. Hulina is also looking forward to her little junior brother. Here comes her sense of superiority as a senior sister at this time. The young man in a red flame costume, Yan, said, the Black Turtle is born with full soul power, and he is also a defensive type. Do you think His Majesty the Pope will let this brat join our team? Ziyu looked at Hulina. We are also the golden generation after all. According to the intelligence, your little junior brother is only 6 years old. No matter what, I follow the teacher's arrangements. He actually has the innate soul power of the turtle defense system. His qualifications must be good, otherwise the teacher would not accept him as a disciple, Hulina said, feeling a little bit sour. After all, she was not born with full soul power. She didn't expect that her junior brother was born with full soul power. She planned to use her senior sister's power to suppress and bully this junior brother when she returned. Thinking of this, she laughed evilly in her heart, very much looking forward to the moment of meeting. Ziyu and Yan were communicating when they suddenly saw Hulina's smile. The familiar 2 people immediately shuddered and their backs felt cold. I immediately felt sorry for the new guy. Naturally, the 2 of them didn't dare to do it, but Hulina was also a disciple of Bibi Dong, and she was that guy's senior sister, so naturally she dared to do what they didn't dare to do at this moment. In a luxurious pavilion courtyard, Huang Wei got up early in the morning, accepted the service of several young ladies and maids, and happily ate breakfast, when suddenly his body felt a little chilly. Suddenly he felt strange. It's strange. There's no Yunfeng. How could you feel like that just now? He muttered. I'm going to swim. Huang Wei said, sir, let's get ready right now. In the past 3 days, Huang Wei learned from the system that the fastest way for him to practice was to soak in water. Because black turtles like water the most, it would be even better if it was the sea. The greater the water content, the more abundant and widespread it is. He will gain a lot of experience just by soaking. In just 3 days, he had broken through from the previous 13th level to the 14th level soul power at the same time. He told the great beauty Bibi Dong about the good news of cultivation. Bibi Dong was naturally happy when she heard this. It was originally planned to let Huang Wei live in a large water place. However, Huang Wei refused because he did not want to leave Wuhan Hall. Because I can stay safe and protected by Bibi Dong, I can live a carefree life. In the end, Bibi Dong had no choice but to have people dig out all the useless vacant land nearby and then have people transport water to fill it up. This is a big project that will take half a month to complete. So during the past half month, Huang Wei practiced in the small pool in front of the courtyard. In addition to being improved by soaking in water, soaking in the sun, and absorbing the power of the sun, as well as the surrounding dust, can also be improved. He felt that in a few days, his cultivation would be able to break through to level 15 again. As for the problems of fast upgrading of cultivation and unstable foundation, it is no longer a problem for him because of the Black Turtle. Chapter 11. The Golden Generation of Wuhan Palace. In the Pope's palace, 3 people walked in from outside. Teacher, His Majesty the Pope, the Lita is a woman. It was Hulina. She has long golden hair, an almost perfect figure, and her appearance is somewhat similar to that of Ziyu next to her. She looks like a wolf ready to attack. This girl doesn't look very pretty at first glance, but if you look closely, you can feel a strange charm from her. Hulina's voice sounded a little hoarse, but it was in that hoarse voice point, but it comes with a special charm point, and if she releases her martial spirit, a big fluffy tail will grow from her back, and she will become more beautiful. On the right is her brother, Ziyu, wearing silver armor with several red lines like the moon, and his red hair also reveals his evil nature. On the left is Yan, wearing flame-colored armor. His temper is as familiar to him. He is relatively irritable, but he is very soft towards Hulina. This is the performance of licking the dog until there is nothing left. On the supreme throne, Bibi Dong stared down. Yu Guan and Gui Mei are not here at this moment, but go back to do their own things. Generally, except for relatively big things, they will only come when called by the Pope. Bibi Dong said calmly, your mission has been completed, and your cultivation has also improved. Not bad. Next, I will arrange for a new team member to join you. Perhaps you have learned the news on the way back and know who that person is. Hearing this, Hulina and the other three looked at each other, and she said, teacher, is the fourth person the teacher's new disciple with innate soul power? My little junior brother? Bibi Dong nodded. Yes, it's him. Now his cultivation level has reached the 14th level, and his defense is currently almost invincible under Soul Lord. Even if Soul Lord wants to break it, it will be impossible. It's a little difficult. What? There is such an incredible defensive spirit. Not even Xuanwu can do this. When the three of them heard Bibi Dong's words, they were all shocked. Very unbelievable. Bibi Dong nodded. If I hadn't tried it, I would have felt that such a martial spirit did not exist, but I personally tried it to verify the reality, and the answer is true. Hulina asked, teacher, the news has been released in the past few days. Is it true that he is only 6 years old, has just awakened his martial soul, and has just obtained his first soul ring? This question is also what Yan and Ziyu have always wanted to know. Bibi Dong nodded. Yes, just 3 days ago, after obtaining the first soul ring, his soul power directly rose to level 13. The life of the first soul ring is 450 years. 3 of them took a deep breath. 450 years, which is 27 years beyond the first soul ring limit of a soul master. Even the first soul rings of the 3 of them were within 423 years. Well, this is a new record that breaks the limit. Bibi Dong nodded. Ziyu said, His Majesty the Pope, where is he now? It's in the villa area behind the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong said, he may be practicing now. I will take you there to meet him. With that said, she got up and left the Pope's palace with the 3 of them. Under the leadership of Bibi Dong, everyone soon arrived in front of a pavilion courtyard. I saw a young man in the small pond with a piece of grass in his mouth, his hands on the back of his head, and his legs crossed. Just lying leisurely and floating in the pool, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. A big black turtle emerged from his body. Beside, there were several maids holding fruits while feeding and serving them. Such a happy life naturally made Huang Wei love it very much. When Hulina and others saw this scene, the corners of their mouths twitched. This guy had such a big heart, he actually enjoyed it so much. It turns out he's also a pervert, you bastard. Hulina muttered. Bibi Dong was heartbroken when she saw this, but Hulina and the others might not have seen it, or even noticed it. However, she discovered this. Around the pool, under the water, and in the air, there were wisps of energy that quickly condensed towards the giant black turtle shell on Huang Wei's body. This kind of gathering of abilities seems to be endless and endless. This also surprised her. This was the first time she had seen this phenomenon. Teacher, do you want to teach this guy a lesson? Hulina said, this guy's not practicing at all, he is just lazy. She was very angry. As a senior sister, she had the right to express her love for her junior brother. Bibi Dong shook his head. Maybe he is lazy, but his martial spirit is not there. You are not cultivated enough to notice that there is a lot of energy gathered around the turtle, and Zhao Wen's the soul power seems to be starting to loosen up, and in a few days we may be able to break through again and reach level 15. What? Can Wuhan still be able to cultivate on his own after Listening to Bibi Dong's narration, Hu Lina, Ziyu, and Yan were all shocked. Their eyes widened, their mouths opened, and their faces showed disbelief again. It was like seeing a ghost. Yeah. Bibi Dong nodded. Zhao Wei, she called softly. She naturally had a good attitude and a gentle tone towards one of her own people, and one of her direct disciples after all. Huang Wei is not an ordinary person. He grows up very quickly. It may not take half a year to reach level 20 with soul power. Huang Wei whistled to himself, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the maid's feeding. But the next second his mouth opened, and he swallowed air. Where's the fruit? His expression suddenly became unhappy. Huh? Why are you standing like sticks? Huang Wei frowned and looked at these maids. Their faces were all looking in one direction, showing great respect. His Majesty the Pope. All the girls bowed in unison. Then Huang Wei heard Bibi Dong shouting for him. I was suddenly frightened. Chapter 10. No wonder these people suddenly behaved strangely. It turns out that the real owner has arrived. He immediately looked over. In addition to Bibi Dong, 3 other people followed. Hey, these 3 people look so familiar. It must be the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, Hulina from his cheap world. There are also her brothers Ziyu and a licking dog Yan. Hey, it's a pity that in the end, there is nothing left after licking the dog, but someone else fell in love with that little loser Tang San. Huang Wei secretly thought, but as long as he is here in this life, he is destined to be the enemy of the people on Tang San's side, and he will definitely not let the other side succeed. Huang Wei suddenly thought of a very important question. By the way, next to Tang San is Zhao, a soft bone rabbit that has been transformed for 100,000 years. If I tell this news to the great beauty Bibi Dong, she will definitely send someone catch him. Not to mention, Zhao Wu is a fish that slipped through the net. Zhao Wu is also an important turning point in Tang San's plugin. If it were done in advance, I don't know if the subsequent plot will be greatly offset point, but that's what makes it fun. Huang Wei planned to find an excuse to tell Bibi Dong the news. You are already destined to be the enemy, so I will completely make it impossible for you to get up. Chapter 12. Let the 3 of you come together. Huang Wei immediately swam from the water to the edge of the pond, stood up, revealing his naked body, but fortunately a pair of white underwear covered his important parts. But he didn't react for a moment. Instead, he showed a bright smile, looked at Bibi Dong, and said, "Hello, teacher, why are you free to come here today?" Then he jumped up and flew towards Bibi Dong's thigh with a pitiful look on his face. "Teacher, I miss you so much." Being hugged by Huang Wei unexpectedly, Bibi Dong's body suddenly trembled. Her face darkened immediately, and she said, "Get up and put on your clothes. How unbecoming are you to see someone like this?" At this moment, her tone became slightly harsher. The hand holding the gem scepter became harder and harder. If the other party hadn't been her direct disciple, she would have kicked him directly. Seeing Huang Wei's bold behavior, Hulina and the others swallowed their saliva and gave a thumbs up in their hearts, saying, "You are really good." Huang Wei's body was wet, making Bibi Dong's big white legs wet as well. Hearing this, he realized it and immediately smiled awkwardly. Sorry. He quickly took out a towel from the soul guide and wrapped it up, revealing a little head, which was very cute. "Teacher, are you ready now?" Huang Wei smiled, and the martial spirit in his body was put away just now. "Well, it's best if you can put on clothes," Bibi Dong said speechlessly. Huang Wei turned around and quickly changed into a new set of clothes under the cover of the big towel. This is a standard green dress, which Bibi Dong specially asked people to quickly make according to Huang Wei's current height proportions and body size. Why is it green? Because she saw that after the Huang Wei Wuhan black turtle was possessed, it automatically attached itself to a layer of green armor, and it looked very good together, so she simply asked someone to design green clothes. Huang Wei spread his hands and said, "Teacher, do you think this dress fits me? After I upgraded, I seem to have grown a little taller. Maybe I will need a new one soon." Bibi Dong nodded. "It looks good. If it doesn't fit, I'll make a new one." She was already patient enough for Huang Wei point. If it had been anyone else, he would have been so frightened that he knelt down by now. And Bibi Dong also regarded Huang Wei as her son. because she could see the shadow of motherhood in Huang Wei, and there was no such alienation or sense of simplicity. She actually liked this feeling point even with Hulina. There was no such lively atmosphere. The other party still maintained the aura of a teacher towards her, rather than the indifference of a relative. What she wants is Huang Wei. What is important is not aura and alienation, but closeness. Huang Wei smiled and nodded. Yes, Zhao Wei, the purpose of coming here this time is to introduce 3 teammates to you. Bibi Dong spoke first, and got into the topic. These 3 people are the golden generation of the Wuhan Hall. The leader is Hulina, the captain, and the first disciple of the master. The Wuhan is Xianhu. She is also your senior sister. This is Ziyu, Nana's brother. The martial spirit is a scimitar that can be divided into 2 halves. This is Yan, and the martial spirit is the Fire Lord. All 3 of them are 7 years older than you, and their current cultivation levels have reached level 30 Soul Master, and you will be their 4th person. Bibi Dong handed the matter over to Huang Wei in an understatement. Ding. Please host join the golden generation and become the 4th person. Reward options. 1. The turtle shell's defense is doubled. 2. Turtle claw plus water dragon cannonball. 3. Zhuangjia dance escape technique. At this moment, the system's mission announcement sounded in Huang Wei's mind. His expression immediately became extremely excited. Isn't this task stress-free? It's just a matter of smooth sailing. A piece of cake. Don't be a fool to get free rewards. I choose system 1. Huang Wei immediately shouted in his heart. As a turtle, he said, I love defense the most. The harder you are, the safer you are. As for speed and attack, I don't need them. Because I have 2 magical costumes, the system said. Option 1 was selected successfully and will be automatically issued after the task is completed. After it was confirmed, he was even more happy. Then he came back to his senses. After listening to Bibi Dong's words, he blinked and looked at Hulina and the other 3, and directly greeted them. Hello, senior sister, and friendly teammates. Please take care of me in the future. I have strong defense against thieves. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Okay, then I would like to have a taste of how powerful your martial soul's defense is. At this time, the bellicose Yan spoke first. Although they had just heard Bibi Dong's description of Huang Wei's defense in the Pope's palace, they were driven by curiosity and wanted him to try it himself. If you don't try it, you will never let it go. Zhao Wei, will something happen if this happens? Bibi Dong asked with some worry. After all, it was a titled Douluo who felt the pain rebounding from him. Not to mention Yan, who only has the Soul Master cultivation level. If the other party can't hold it anymore and falls down, that would be a big deal. And she also knew that Yan was completely passionate. Huang Wei frowned. He didn't know if he could control it. So he said, I don't know if something will happen. Why don't you find a teacher and find a high level healing Soul Master to come and prepare? That's okay. Let's have one of us on standby. The next moment, she immediately wrote a letter. With the help of a force, the letter quickly disappeared. Platinum Bishop Salus quickly received the letter. As one of the famous people beside Bibi Dong, he immediately took action and called one of the best contratherapists in the Pope's palace to come to Bibi Dong and others. A place for people. His Majesty the Pope. The person who came was a woman, and she immediately saluted Bibi Dong. After nodding, Bibi Dong immediately issued an order. Activate your martial spirit and watch from the sidelines. If something happens later, you can take action to treat me. It's your majesty. The woman stepped aside. Summon your own martial spirit. It is a very big tree called the empty mulberry tree. It is also a very powerful healing martial spirit. As the martial soul came out, the most standard 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black gradually emerged from under the feet. Why don't the 3 of you come together to save wasting time? Suddenly Huang Wei raised his head towards Hulina and the others. How arrogant. You are only a 14th level 1st level soul master. Don't make it look like we are 1st level soul masters. We are soul masters. Ziyu said. Hulina immediately became displeased. Although this junior fellow apprentice was praised by the teacher and had innate soul power, he was not so arrogant. The 3 of them join forces, and their power is terrifying. Even the soul sect can easily win. At this time, Bibi Dong said softly, Xiao Wei actually asked the three of you to come together, so why don't you help him? Huang Wei gave her a thumbs up. I like this assist. The teacher even spoke, so we want to be polite. When the time comes to break through your turtle defense, don't cry. Who? Lena put her hands on her hips and hummed. Chapter 13 almost died. Lena and Yan activated the spirit possession, while Ziyu summoned the spirit scimitar. Lena's sky foxtail was dancing, and the strange martial soul light on her body made her particularly charming. After Yan was possessed by the Fire Lord, the layer of armor on his body was particularly intact. The body is straight and straight. The body is swollen, and the overall momentum suddenly rises. The three of them all displayed the most standard 2 ring and 1 purple soul rings. The first soul skill, Fox Charm. Who? Lena smiled charmingly directly at Huang Wei, absorbed energy, and her eyes glowed with purple light. Possessed by a black turtle. Defense. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei's soul power immediately emerged from his body. Then a huge black turtle appeared on him again. In an instant, tortoise shells emerged and covered his body. The next second, the pink-purple heart-shaped fox charm hit the tortoise shell point, but it was immediately bounced back. Chapter 11. Well, Lena was shocked and quickly stepped back. In the end, Bibi Dong used his soul power to stop him. The healing soul master immediately used the soul stimulating technique and used the empty mulberry willow tree to treat Lena. Nana, how are you? Yan and Ziyu were also shocked and hurriedly ran to him to ask. Under the treatment, Lena became dizzy and said in shock, his tortoise shell can actually bounce my fox charm back. How is this possible? It's so evil. Let me try it. Yan frowned, turned around immediately, and activated his first soul skill. Hell Lava Rush. The surrounding ground cracked, and pillars of magma and fire rushed out, heading towards Huang Wei. I'm coming too. Ziyu also immediately activated her first soul skill, Kill. He yelled, and along with the pillars of magma and fire, they fell towards Huang Wei's tortoise shell. Bang. Crack. Just. Hearing that, a bolt of thunder flashed, instantly hitting Ziyu and Yan, as well as Lena, Bibi Dong and the healing soul master. As long as there are 7 targets near these people, they will be hit by electric current regardless of whether they are involved in the battle. And it still ignores level and defense. The most painful thing was Ziyu and Yan. They were hit by the critical blow and were hit directly on the ground. They vomited blood, their bodies felt torn, their muscles were twitching, and they felt all uncomfortable all over. No, it still happened. Go and save them. Bibi Dong used her soul power to eliminate the current paralysis effect on herself and Lena as much as possible. The healing soul master also immediately used his own healing soul skills to resist. The three of them were shocked that this electric current effect could even affect them. As for Bibi Dong's shock, she didn't expect that she would be affected, even if she stood aside. She had tried this feeling twice before, and she didn't want to try it again. The healing soul master saw the serious and life-threatening injuries on Yan and Ziyu and immediately ran up. He looked extremely shocked, and then activated his 8th powerful soul skill to quickly heal. Only then did Yan and Ziyu's lives be saved. At this moment, they were all extremely scared. I didn't expect the other party to be such a monster. Now it's only level 14. After waking up, Ziyu and Yan looked at the tortoise shell on Huang Wei's body. They both looked frightened and fearful and quickly retreated. Damn it. Luckily they only used the first soul skill. If they had used the second or third soul skill, they would probably have been directly exploded to death by the terrible damage caused by the retaliation. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Chill on back. The two of them secretly swore in their hearts that if they beat this guy again, they would be fools, but with this person joining, they are truly invincible. Huang Wei immediately released the spirit of possession. He scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't control the force of the retaliation. It all depends on your luck. Then he smiled and said, fortunately, you are using the first soul skill at level 30, and it is not at full strength. Otherwise, you may really lose 2 teammates. You are very lucky this time. Listen, is this what people say? Everyone had the urge to vomit blood. Welcome to join. Yan, Ziyu and Lena all stood up one after another, barely showing a smile, and said, Ding, the mission is completed, and the rewards have been distributed. The next moment, Huang Wei felt in his body that his martial spirit turtle shell had been greatly improved. This time it's doubled. If you put it like that, considering that the defense of his tortoise shell has been doubled after he was possessed, is that even a big deal? It's not as scary now if it's not doubled, and if I get a cup, it will be even more awesome. But Huang Wei is also happy if he is strong, so it is safe. Point, isn't this invincible? Hey, it is invincible in the early stage, and there is no need for explanation in the later stage. Point. So he immediately summoned the character interface to check what happened. Point, turtle invincible system host, Huang Wei martial spirit, black turtle talent, turtle longevity lifespan, 500 soul power. 14. First level soul master, soul skill, defense, passive, self-inflicted counter injury critical hit level 1, turtle shell strengthening level 1, equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade. Point, anti-injury rate, 100% critical hit rate, 50%. After seeing his character panel, he was very satisfied. What's more, when the two soul masters Ziyu and Yan attacked him just now, although the turtle shell resisted and hit back with critical damage, but just now he could still feel something passing through his body. If the three of them unleashed their strongest blow with all their strength, they would probably clear this thing. If it was cleared, it would forcibly remove the black turtle state and make it impossible to summon it again for a while. But at the same time, the three of them will also suffer extremely terrible injuries and even directly explode to death. For both parties, it is a lose-lose outcome with no benefit at all. Next, in the Wuhan Hall, with Bibi Dong covering her and her own powerful defense, she could walk around unscrupulously. Point. After facing the enemy, as long as he is within the level range or does not exceed too high a level, then he will be invincible. Huang Wei immediately shook hands with the three of them. Although they recovered, Yan and Ziyu are not in good condition now. Point, it takes some rest to fully recover. Huang Wei's defense also left a shadow on them. Point, soon Yan and Ziyu said goodbye and went back to recuperate. Point, the healing soul master also followed, just in case. Point, at this time, Huang Wei took Bibi Dong and Hulina's hands, blinked and invited them sensibly. Teacher, senior sister, it's rare for you to come to my yard. Why don't you stay for lunch? I'll let the servants buy once you get the ingredients. I will personally cook a delicious meal for you. I guarantee that you will fall in love with it if you haven't tried it before. Chapter 14. A heartwarming scene. When Bibi Dong and Hulina heard this, they immediately became curious. What can this big little guy cook? Both of them were made to laugh by Huang Wei's words, but seeing Huang Wei's innocent look, they agreed. Bibi Dong said with a gentle smile, Ziyu Wei is interested. Well, since my disciple personally invited us, we will stay and taste your cooking skills. Yeah, okay. Huang Wei nodded, then turned to look at Hulina. Senior sister, why don't you come over and help me and make it yourself? If you eat it later, it will be more delicious. If that's the case, then let me join you, my master. Suddenly Bibi Dong thought for a moment. She hadn't felt like a family for a long time and immediately asked for help. Well, let's go together then. Huang Wei nodded cutely. Point, soon, the three of them took action and processed the many ingredients purchased by the servants according to Huang Wei's instructions, doing it themselves. There was a warm scene of a family in the yard. Huang Wei felt that such a scene was very happy. Point, in the courtyard, a table was set up with a large fire burning in the center. There was a big black pot hanging on the volcano. Huang Wei cooked it himself, adding various seasonings and frying a very fragrant hot pot base. Point, finally, add water and boil until it boils, then add the rest of the separated ingredients in order. This was the first time for Bibi Dong and Hulina to do this. It's a big project from front to back. Cultivation is not so tiring. This is a dish I invented, and I named it Hot Pot. Huang Wei explained. And the food on those plates, placed on the table. Point, how to eat. Point, when Bibi Dong and Hulina heard this, they both blinked and were very interested in this new way of eating. Point, so under the leadership of Huang Wei, the three of them began to eat. Yeah, delicious. The food you eat is different when you make it yourself. Hulina cooked a piece of soul beast meat and dipped it in the prepared sauce. The first thing she felt after putting it in her mouth was that her eyes lit up. The same goes for Bibi Dong. They all feel delicious. How is it? Is my new invention good for eating? Huang Wei smiled. Very nice. Bibi Dong nodded in appreciation. I didn't expect that the other party was only 6 years old and had such incredible skills as the Pope of Wuhan Palace. She had naturally investigated Huang Wei's background. He was an orphan picked up by the head of Huangjia village 6 years ago, and his parents didn't know it. This is a poor kid. Bibi Dong suddenly felt sympathy in her heart. I always feel that I see similarities with myself in Huang Wei. Mealtime passed quickly. Chapter 12. Bibi Dong said, Xiao Wei, it's time for you to go to Wuhan Academy to study. I have already made arrangements for you here. Huang Wei is naturally resistant to going to school, and he never liked going to school before. So he timidly asked, Teacher, why do I still have to go to school when I can just soak in the water and practice? This will bring down my cultivation. Bibi Dong squatted down and said slowly, even so, you are still young, so you are still have to go to school. Be good and don't be stubborn. The school ends very early. In the past, you studied mainly theoretical knowledge. As long as if your cultivation level reaches level 20, you can graduate early, and as one of my master's direct disciples, you naturally cannot be weaker than others. After you reach level 20, you need to enter the Death Canyon and come out alive. You don't need to worry. With your strong defense, when the time comes, I will let Nana and the others go in with you. If you can reach level 30 Soul Master before the age of 10, I can make you the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Then, he paused and continued, in fact, Huang Wei shouldn't have been told this matter so early, but it was a matter of time, so it was better to prepare him earlier. Huang Wei naturally understood these truths after hearing this. There are some things that he cannot control now and cannot accept. He actually chose the side of Wuhan Palace and became the personal disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. While enjoying it, he also had to bear the difficulties that this position should face. This is not a bad thing for him, but a kind of training that can make him grow up faster. What's more, his defense power. Who is more afraid of him? In the Wuhan Palace, he did not believe that those people would bully him with a low cultivation level because of his high cultivation level. Of course, those with higher cultivation levels who are also from the younger generation are not counted. What he was referring to were those old guys or some adults. If the other party really did this, he believed that his teacher would never let them go. Huang Wei nodded solemnly. Well, I understand, teacher. I will go to school. Okay. Bibi Dong stroked Huang Wei's head with her delicate jade hands, then stood up and said, I won't disturb you as a teacher. You practice well. Elder Yuguan will take you to Wuhan Academy tomorrow. Okay, teacher. Huang Wei nodded. Then Bibi Dong took Hulina and left. Watching the two people leave. Walked to the back of the mansion. Looking at the large man-made lake that was being built at a rapid pace. He sighed and said, I wanted to keep it together, but the conditions didn't allow it. I'll just adapt to changes in the future. No matter what, practice hard and break through to level 15 first. After saying that, he turned around and took off his clothes as he walked. Finally, he took off his underwear and jumped into the small pond. He summoned the martial soul black turtle and continued his training for the day. The servant picked up his clothes and put them aside. Then go do other things. Huang Wei practiced on his own and figured out a set of breathing methods that belonged to him. Together they help absorb the energy of the surrounding world. However, this breathing method is still in the stage of exploration and perfection. Just like that, time passed quickly. The next day came quickly. Huang Wei stayed in the water and did not come up. Until a figure descended from the sky and landed in the mansion. This person is wearing golden clothes and is somewhat coquettish. He is obviously a man, but he has a touch of femininity that belongs to a woman. He is none other than Douluo, Yuguan. Today I was ordered to come and lead Huang Wei to Wuhan Academy to study, Your Majesty. When the surrounding servants saw this person, they immediately bowed and saluted. Their tone was very respectful and even a little scared. Yuguan asked softly, where is the little Wei? Your Majesty, the young master is in the pool behind you. The servant replied immediately. Yuguan was stunned. Not to mention, he didn't use his mental power to investigate just now. So he really didn't find Huang Wei behind him. And even if he didn't need mental power to detect, as a titled Douluo, he should have sensed where Huang Wei was, but why didn't he sense it just now? He turned to look at Huang Wei, his pupils narrowed slightly, and he felt that the body of the young man sitting cross-legged in the water in front of him had become a little transparent, and inexplicable power was constantly gathering around him. This shocked him. No wonder he couldn't feel it just now. It seems that all this is caused by these energies. He hurriedly walked over and said softly, "Master Wei, it's time to wake up. We are going to Wuhan Academy." Chapter 15 Wuhan Academy. Dean Foster Wuhan Academy is located in a valley outside Wuhan City. The scenery here is beautiful and surrounded by mountains at the same time. This is also a place to meet various mimicry training sites. All the students from the Wuhan Hall are gathered here, and every boy and girl who has just awakened the Wuhan and joined the Wuhan Hall needs to come here. To go to school. Tuition is free and all is paid by Wuhan Palace. There are many geniuses in Wuhan Academy, and everyone is extraordinary. The college has an education system ranging from elementary, intermediate to advanced levels. All the advantages of the college are met. Two figures came to the inside of Wuhan Academy. It was Yu Guan and Huang Wei. They went directly to the dean's office of Wuhan Academy. In front of the dean's office building, there was a middle-aged man ready to go and had been waiting for a long time. This person is none other than the dean of Wuhan Academy, Foster. Today, His Majesty Douluo will arrive with that young master. I must perform well. A man with innate soul power cannot be destroyed in my hands. Foster was very nervous now and kept thinking in his mind, reminding himself, I heard that Bibi Dong's new disciple is called Huang Wei. He must be an outstanding person, but I have never met him, and today is a day to meet him. Being nervous, he couldn't help but sweat dripped from his forehead, and he quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped it like a gentleman. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he felt a powerful aura coming to his head. He immediately looked up and saw two figures, one big and one small, coming in front of him. Coming at the same time, I murmured in my heart. He quickly put away his handkerchief, stepped forward with a flattering look, and bowed. I have seen His Majesty Douluo and young Master Wei. Hello. Huang Wei raised his forehead slightly and nodded. Douluo glanced at Foster and said, I don't think I need to tell you. You have already guessed who this person is. He is now 14th level first level soul master. The rest will be left to you. Level 14. Foster couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. The innate full soul power is indeed unusual. Yu Guan looked at Huang Wei, smiled slightly and said, Master Wei, His Majesty the Pope specifically told you last night that you can stay here until your soul power reaches level 20. As for the issue of the pool, it just so happens that Wuhan Academy is built on a lake, and there is a large lake, which is enough for you to practice. Regarding Yu Guan's words, Huang Wei was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, I didn't expect that the teacher would make this decision without discussing it with me. Forget it, as long as there is a lake to practice, it doesn't matter whether he goes back or not. Foster intends to please the child in front of him. After all, he is gifted with soul power and is one of Pope Bibi Dong's direct disciples. If he continues to grow with this talent, he will probably become the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace in the future. Even if he does not become the Holy Son, his status is also very high, so there is nothing wrong with him trying to get him on his lap now. So he smiled very kindly and said, Yes, His Majesty the Pope has already explained this to me. I have arranged in advance, Mr. Wei, that your dormitory will be a luxurious one-room villa close to the big lake, making it as convenient as possible for you. Well, as long as there is a lake for me to practice, it doesn't matter whether I go back or not. Huang Wei shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. After hearing this, Foster felt even more relaxed. By the way, Grandpa Ju, what about my servants? Huang Wei turned to look at Yu Guan. Yu Guan and Foster were both stunned, obviously not expecting Huang Wei to ask this question. Yu Guan said, if you need it, Mr. Wei, I can inform His Majesty the Pope and ask him to bring him over. Huang Wei nodded. Then I'll trouble Grandpa Ju. Well, I will go back and recover first, and then I will leave it to you, young Master Wei. Yu Guan looked at Foster. Elder Ju, please don't worry. Foster nodded. Yu Guan nodded with satisfaction, then flew into the sky, heading directly towards the Pope's palace. Dean, what grade am I in? Huang Wei looked at Foster. Now that Yu Guan is gone, he can be as unbridled as he wants. He wants to be the school bully and the king of children. Because his defense is invincible. Foster smiled and said, because His Majesty the Pope has specifically ordered, we have arranged for you to be in the same class with Hulina, Yan and Ziyu. These 3 people are the best in our Wuhan Academy, and they are also the ones with the highest cultivation among the younger generation. People, their classes are naturally the best. Well, Dean, please lead the way. I want to go to the dormitory. Huang Wei was not too surprised when he heard that. He had already joined the golden generation and became the 4th person. So naturally he would have to fight and cooperate with each other frequently to train the 4 of them. Cooperation between them is very necessary. Point under the leadership of Dean Foster, Huang Wei quickly passed through the bustling and beautiful avenues. The beauty, majesty and heroic spirit of Wuhan Academy were also noticed by Huang Wei. At the same time, this is an architecture that is very close to nature. Very big point on the way. Foster also explained to Huang Wei the school rules of Wuhan Academy and the meanings of the various floors. When the surrounding Wuhan Academy students saw the dean, they all bowed and saluted, and at the same time, looked curiously at this young man, who was treated so politely by the dean. They were all very curious. Who was this young man? Huang Wei asked. Where are my senior sisters and the others now? As a freshman and a classmate, they didn't come to pick me up. Then she complained. Upon hearing this, Dean Foster immediately explained with a smile, maybe they are all practicing. After all, everyone is very busy improving their cultivation level to prepare for the continent-wide Soul Master Elite Academy competition in a few years. All right, soon. The 2 came to a very large lake. Next to the lake were very luxurious villas. He took Huang Wei directly into room 606 on the 6th floor. When you open it, you will see that it is spacious and beautifully laid out. Mr. Wei, this will be your dormitory from now on, Foster said with a smile. Okay, I understand. You've worked hard too. There's nothing you can do to go back first, Huang Wei said. Foster smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll take my leave now. If you have anything, you can always come to the dean's office to see me. The tutor of your class will come to pick you up later. Huang Wei hummed. Foster just left. As soon as he left, Huang Wei closed the door and threw the key into the Soul Guide. All the facilities here are complete, and you can just bring your bags to check in. You don't even need to carry your bags. There is a Soul Guide that releases cold wind. Similar to the air conditioner in the previous life. Pull back the curtains and open the windows, and you will see the huge lake and the beautiful scenery of nature. Huang Wei sighed. It's really the Senshin Villa. If it were placed in the previous life, it would have been very expensive. Ding, congratulations to the host for entering the Martial Soul Academy and entering a new training environment. The training speed of your own soul power will be increased by 5%. At this time, even the system felt the same and gave Huang Wei a reward for the task. Not bad. Another system reward for free prostitution. Huang Wei was pleased. Chapter 13. It would be nice to be closer to such a high place. I would just do a bungee jump and jump right off. It would definitely feel very comfortable. Looking at the large lake below in the distance, he shook his head secretly. Forget it, just lie down and wait for the instructor to come. He stretched out comfortably while lying on the bed and took out a college token with a record on it. Advanced Class 606 Chapter 16 Homeroom Tutor. Then he entered meditation practice. What he practiced was the soul guidance technique taught to him by Bibi Dong. When practicing on land, his speed is definitely not as fast as in water, but there is no TV here. And there is no mobile phone to browse. I can only use meditation to pass the time. It would be great if the system could figure out a way for him. This requires that one's soul power can be improved quickly. A few hours passed before I knew it. At noon, in the corridor on the 6th floor of the villa building, there was a pleasant and charming sound of high-heeled shoes. Very rhythmic beat, thump, thump. It seems that the person can tell from the high heels that the person is a very beautiful woman. When the camera came up, this person was really a beautiful woman with pink hair, glasses, a plump figure, and a graceful figure. She came to a room door and stopped. Turning around, I saw the number on the door was 606 Huang Wei's dormitory. This is it. Another second generation official. Hey. The beauty side. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Dong dong. Classmate. Huang Wei. She called out. Point in the room at this moment. Huang Wei had a big black turtle on his body. Point. The big black turtle automatically absorbs the power of the surrounding dust and gives it to Huang Wei for his own cultivation. Point. In a short period of time, coupled with the accumulation of previous training and the 5% increase in soul power training speed given by the system. Point. The soul power energy fluctuations in Huang Wei's body increased and became stronger again. This is a rhythm of advancement. Point. Yes, Huang Wei has been upgraded from level 14 to level 15. Point. Only 5 days have passed since the martial soul awakened. Point. Among them, the third level was given by the soul ring, and the remaining 2 levels were reached in only 3 or 4 days. The speed of this cultivation is really too incredible. Point. There is no example of anyone being able to achieve 2 levels in just 3 or 4 days. Huang Wei once again broke the rules. Dong dong. Classmate Huang Wei. In Huang Wei's mind, these 2 voices appearedly and vaguely. Point. The soul power fluctuations in his body froze, his eyes opened, and the black turtle martial soul on his body was skillfully withdrawn into his body. Dong dong. Classmate Huang Wei, I'm your class teacher and I'm here to pick you up. Are you here? The knock on the door rang again, and there was a sweet woman shouting from outside. Huang Wei knew, as soon as he heard this, that this woman must be a great beauty. Teacher, I'm here. So he couldn't wait to get out of bed and ran towards the door. The door opened and Huang Wei looked up. The beauty with pink hair and pink clothes in front of him was very tall. She looked about 1.8 to 1.9 meters tall. Point. But now that Huang Wei is facing this, he will only feel high instead of oppressive. Point. This is what experts are born with. If you make good use of this innate ability, you can really stand out from the crowd. Hello, mentor. I'm sorry, I was practicing just now and accidentally advanced to a level. Huang Wei said immediately. So, I'm practicing, so that's disturbing you. Well, what did you say? Did you improve your soul power by 1 level? The woman immediately squatted down and grabbed Huang Wei's arm. She was shocked. It's actually level 15. You are only 6 years old this year, right? The beautiful instructor's voice was a bit unbelievable. Point. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, 6 years old, 15th level, 1st level soul master, with terrifying talent. The beautiful instructor took a breath of air. In this way, we are only 5 levels away from level 20. Point. The other part is cultivation talent must be achieved soon. Okay, classmate Xiao Wei, can I call you that? The beautiful instructor looked at Huang Wei with a sweet and charming smile. Point. Huang Wei looked at each other and was immediately fascinated. He was addicted to it and couldn't extricate himself. It was so beautiful. Sure enough, in the world of another dimension, any woman is very beautiful. Not to mention something like this, even he couldn't help but swallow. Point. In his previous life, he was an old bachelor. Now that he came to this world, he vowed to get out of singleness, maintain a harem, have more children, and benefit all living beings in other worlds. Huang Wei's smile almost touched his ears. Classmate Xiao Wei is too outspoken. Just call me Xiao Wei. Sister tutor, you are so beautiful. Giggle. The little guy is the sweetest. Hello, Xiao Wei, I'm your class teacher. My name is Mariel. Let's go to your class. I'll take you there to have a look first, and then take you to the cafeteria for dinner. Mariel smiled sweetly, liking the child in front of her who was a little handsome, cute, and had a sweet mouth. Point. Although Huang Wei doesn't know who his parents are, he looks very good. Good. Huang Wei closed the door and left with Mariel. He is also very much looking forward to his college life after studying abroad. Wuhan Academy, Advanced Class 606. They were pressed for time and practiced hard. Although it was noon, they did not take a break. They hurried back after eating. They were very persistent in practicing and did not want to lose to anyone in the class, especially those 3 guys from Hulina. I heard from the instructor yesterday that a new student is coming to our class today, and it seems that he has just entered the school and is not very old. You have just entered school. You must have just awakened your martial soul. Is it appropriate to come to our senior class? Maybe. Someone else has something to do with it. No, even if there is a connection, you must advance level by level according to the school rules of Wuhan Academy. Then, what do you mean? I suspect that this guy must be extraordinary. It must be his own talent. Don't worry about him, just go up and give him a try when the time comes. TSK. TSK, don't you know? I have some gossip. The new student who came to our class this time seems to have some kind of special relationship with the golden generation, isn't it said recently that His Majesty the Pope has accepted a new direct disciple who is full of innate soul power. Moreover, the martial soul is also defensive. If my guess is correct, the new person joining this time is probably this mysterious disciple. Hey, after you said that, I also feel that this is a high possibility. Everyone in the class was discussing quickly. Suddenly, 3 figures walked in from outside. These 3 people were Hulina, Yan and Xiaoyu, who had returned from the mimicry training room. They rushed over immediately after training. Who? Lena and the others are back, someone said. We are not blind, we can see. Someone retorted unhappily. Lena and the other 3 ignored the words of the people in front of them and returned to their seats to sit down. Just now, each of them also received a summons from Meriel, the head teacher, asking the senior class 606 to quickly return to the classroom. Something is announced. Soon, they heard footsteps one after another outside the classroom. The familiar melody of high heels sounds very beautiful. The next moment, he saw a familiar woman entering the door and a young man who was very strange to most people. Hello, senior sister. Huang Wei was not afraid of strangers. He swept through the crowd and saw Hulina and waved to say hello decisively. Everyone was a little surprised by the sudden operation of the kid in front of them. Welcome to the advanced class 606, junior brother. Hulina smiled slightly and returned the gift sweetly. Chapter 17 Which pot questions. After Huang Wei and Hulina said hello, they walked onto the podium. Yan, who was in the back row, held his chin with one hand and said with an unhappy face, "This brat only greeted Nana and ignored us. It's so annoying. I want to teach him a lesson." His hot temper suddenly rose. No matter what, they are each other's seniors, and among the golden generation, they are even more senior. Is it difficult to say hello? After taking a look at Huang Wei, Ziyu, who was holding a book and reading it, heard Jan's angry words and said lightly, "Can you break through his defense?" As soon as these words came out, Yan was immediately hit by a pain point, and his whole face was bursting with embarrassment. The painful scene from yesterday appeared again, and he immediately shook his head. The pain of being hurt was really terrible. "I almost died yesterday," so he muttered. "Forget it, since he is the direct disciple of the Pope, let's not argue with him." You almost laughed after hearing this, but at this moment, he recalled the scene from yesterday, and his body suddenly shivered. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Classmate Huang Wei, please come up and introduce yourself." Meriel smiled sweetly at Huang Wei. Huang Wei nodded and glanced at everyone's head. There were 29 people in this class. Now including him, there were 30 people, which was just a round number. It seems that this missing one is waiting for him. This is fate. Chapter 14. Hello everyone, my name is Huang Wei. I'm 6 years old. I'm a martial soul black turtle and a level 15 defensive first level battle soul master. Huang Wei stood upright. Awakening the beast spirit could make him taller and stronger. What? Only 6 years old? Isn't this the right age for just awakening the martial spirit? How could he do that? Is this the speed of cultivation with innate soul power? It's so terrifying to reach level 15 soul power in such a short period of time. Huang Wei's words undoubtedly went smoothly, causing the entire class of 29 people to be shocked and unbelievable. According to this progress, could this person be able to enter the stage of a 20th level Great Soul Master at the age of 7? This is really terrible. These people are already among the leaders of the younger generation of Wuhan Academy. But at this moment, in front of Huang Wei, their proud and outstanding talents were completely suppressed, and even turned from the previous brilliant light to dim. Even at this moment, Yan, Ziyu, and Hulina opened their mouths wide when they heard it, and were shocked and speechless. Don't know what to say. I feel like a failure in life. In this way, it will be a destined fact that the other party wants to surpass them. No. If this continues, we will be overtaken in a corner, and we will be embarrassed and killed. We must seize the time to practice and break through the soul sect as soon as possible. Yan felt a sense of crisis in his heart at this moment and looked at Ziyu and Hulina eagerly. They were all sitting together. Power at level 14 is so incredible. Now that he has entered level 15, it will be even more terrifying. Yan and Hulina nodded. The latter's surprised expression showed that she was more anxious than Yan and Ziyu, wanting to improve her cultivation level quickly. You know, she is Huang Wei's senior sister. If she is overtaken by her junior brother, then her senior sister's cultivation talent will be completely crushed. She is unwilling to lose to the latecomers. Her heart pursues cultivation more than Yan and Ziyu. I do not believe, however, at this moment, a voice shouted in the class. As soon as he slapped the table, a tall and strong man, who looked to be about 1.8 meters tall, stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief and strong doubts, and he stared at Huang Wei. His name is Wu, and he is the fourth strong person in this class, among only 3 people, Hulina and In. Now he is 3 years older than the 3 Hulinas. At the age of 15, his cultivation has reached the soul power level of a 31st level 3 ring soul master. This class is not that everyone is of the same age, but is a class formed by gathering together the Soul Master students from the entire Wuhan Academy who, on average, exceed the level by a large margin. Therefore, anyone with sufficient talent and under the age of 18 can enter this class. As for Hulina, the 3 of them now have the strength of the 35th level Soul Master. They are 12 years old. Of course they are qualified to come in. They are still 3 special outliers, now that another one of them is here. Woohoo really can't stand it. As Woohoo asked questions, voices of disbelief and doubt gradually began to rise in the class. Yeah, I don't think it's possible either. This is really too fantasy, unless the other party shows his soul power. Let us see. After hearing this, Meriel looked at Huang Wei and said, classmate Zhao Wei, what do you think? Huang Wei looked calm, nodded and said, okay, no need to say any more nonsense. The only thing is to speak with strength. Possessed by a black turtle. The next second, he clenched his fists in an explosive posture and let out a low drink. Buzz. Immediately, a huge black turtle appeared from Huang Wei's body. It has the aura of a domineering turtle, eyes that look like contempt for all living beings, and is huge and majestic. At Huang Wei's feet, a dark yellow soul ring symbolizing the century-old level also rose up. Meriel took out a soul measuring bowl from the soul guide and placed it in front of Huang Wei. Huang Wei stretched out his hand and touched it. The next second, the light bowl bloomed with bright blue light. 2 numbers emerged. 15. As soon as this number came out, everyone gasped again. It's really level 15. Woo. Who also opened his eyes wide, as if he saw something incredibly terrifying. Classmate Woohoo, do you have any other opinions now? Meriel looked at Woohoo and asked softly, I want to test his defense. Woohoo's voice sounded hesitant. At this moment, Huang Wei frowned. He felt that this person was so disgusting. He had already proved it once, and now he still had to go further. Meriel also frowned slightly, feeling that Woohoo had gone too far. Woohoo, don't go too far. He is my junior brother. You have tested his soul power, and now you want to test his defense power. You are the soul master. No matter how talented he is only at level 15. Where is your face? At this moment, Hulina, who couldn't stand it, yelled angrily. He is my teacher's direct disciple. Do you think he is just watching animals? If you don't accept it, come after us. Or get out of this class yourself. Hearing Hulina's angry rebuke, Woohoo suddenly felt endless anger. He clenched his fists, but he had no choice. Not only was the opponent's strength superior to him, but he was also a direct disciple of the Pope. He could only swallow his anger. I didn't mean that. Wu Pot God took a breath to calm down his angry heart and said in a low voice with a slightly ferocious expression. Hulina snorted coldly, okay, I can agree to give you a try, but at this moment, Huang Wei thought of something and looked at the witch pot that felt as if it was excrement with a playful smile. Chapter 18 The Consequences of One Punch. Woohoo, who was extremely aggrieved and angry, suddenly felt relieved when he heard Huang Wei's words. He showed a cold smile and thought to himself, see, this is what he promised himself, this guy. Hulina looked at Huang Wei, not knowing what he wanted to do. It's not like we haven't seen his defensive power before. He can't even defeat us at our level, let alone Woohoo, who only has 30 level soul power. Don't worry, although this kid is small, he always gives me a very cunning feeling. He will never do anything that is uncertain. Yan and Ziyu both nodded and whispered, yes, he can only blame himself if he dies in the end. Hulina said coldly. Woohoo showed a hint of disdain and said, okay, then I will try your defense. Don't worry, I will control my soul power and strength to level 15. However, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, the other party was the direct disciple of the Pope, and this relationship was not something he could provoke. But he just wanted to vent his unhappiness, make the other party look embarrassed, and rub off the other party's unruly aura. But I have a condition. Huang Wei said. What? Conditions? Woohoo was stunned and asked. Huang Wei said, I allow you to attack with all your strength without mercy or restraint. If you can't break my defense, then you can leave this class, because I don't want to see you. If you agree, then I will agree to give you a try. Otherwise there will be no need to discuss it. The tone was extremely calm, with a hint of the mentality that I had taken control of the whole place. As soon as these words came out, it once again caused an uproar. Isn't this kid looking for death? Is there such stupid behavior in this era? The 15th level allows the 30 level Soul Master to attack with all his strength. No matter how powerful the defensive spirit is, he cannot stop it. Mariel, who was standing next to Huang Wei, was also confused by his operation. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? Your senior sister helped you get down the steps, but you went up to seek death yourself. If the defense is really broken later, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of His Majesty the Pope? Thinking of this, Mariel suddenly panicked. She looked at Woohoo. He had done everything, and she wanted to warn him with her eyes. However, the other party did not see it, but said with a ferocious smile, okay, I agreed, but if I break your defense, and you are injured, don't ask His Majesty the Pope to come over to settle the score. Huang Wei nodded readily. Okay, the premise is that you can break through my defense. Classmate Zio Wei. Mariel looked anxious. Huang Wei turned to look at her and smiled. Don't worry, mentor, I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Oh well. Mariel sighed. The other person was still young and energetic. Then he looked at Woohoo. His face was unkind, and he said gloomily, be careful, we are all classmates, don't be too harsh, just stop at the point. Woohoo felt numb all over when he saw him, and he felt a sense of fear. Instructor Mariel was a powerful person at the Soul Emperor level, and he was not something he could fight against. I secretly thought it was a pity. He nodded quickly in response. I will, don't worry, Teacher Mariel. Huang Wei saved himself the trouble, and had no plans to go to the soul fighting platform. Instead, he solved it on the spot, but still gave a reminder. Teacher, it's better to call the most advanced healing soul master from Wuhan Academy first. He just wanted to teach the other person a lesson, and had no intention of killing him. But the opponent must be very powerful when hitting him. When the time comes, the turtle shell will deal back damage, a critical hit, and an electric shock. The consequences will definitely be serious. Hearing this, Woohoo sneered. He knew that he would be beaten and injured after a while, so he went ahead of time, right? But he didn't care. Ulina and the others looked at the witch pot and said, I wish you good luck, you ignorant person. Woohoo frowned, feeling a little baffled. He is obviously a soul master, but the other party is a level 15 soul master. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. Why does it seem like his soul master is in danger now? He shook his head and stepped forward directly. Mariel didn't ask so many questions. In any case, Huang Wei was the direct disciple of the Pope, and his position was much higher than hers. She only had to obey orders soon. Mariel contacted the healing soul master with the highest level of cultivation in Wuhan Academy and came here. The other party was a little confused, but he still stood aside and watched. Well versed in the characteristics of the electric knife, Huang Wei gave the other viewers a vaccination in advance. Everyone else, please step back and stay at least 3 meters away from this person. I don't want to accidentally injure you. Everyone was puzzled, but they still stepped back 3 meters to give them enough space. They wanted to see what this kid wanted to do. Seeing this, Huang Wei was very satisfied, then looked at Woohoo and hooked his hand. Come on, you can attack me, but you only have one chance, so seize it and cherish it. After this time, you will never have the courage to attack me again. At this moment, Huang Wei's height has increased again, and his body muscles have also increased. He is wearing a green suit of armor, which is a very cool match. Woohoo couldn't bear this kind of provocation and shouted directly, possessed by the fiery monkey. Woohoo, 15 years old, 30 level 3 ring attack system Malay Soul Master. Watch out. Woohoo roared angrily, and the third soul ring on his body lit up. The third soul skill, Fire Monkey's Wrath. A roar of the fiery monkey sounded, and a blazing flame ignited on Woohoo's body. His strength instantly increased, and he punched Huang Wei directly. This guy actually uses the third soul skill. Mariel immediately summoned the martial spirit, and 6 rings suddenly appeared on her body. As long as Huang Wei's defense was broken, she would come to save people. The healing soul master on the side did not dare to neglect, and immediately summoned his own martial soul. 6 soul rings also rose on his body, and he was also a genuine 6-ring soul emperor. Facing such a powerful attack, Huang Wei didn't panic, raised his hand, and pointed it in the air, and whispered softly, "Defense." The first soul ring lit up, and the amplification power that belonged to the black turtle was unlocked. The next second, a tortoise shell completely enveloped Huang Wei. Sister, be prepared for rescue. Huang Wei looked at the healing soul emperor on the side. The woman who healed the soul emperor was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Is she still so ordinary now? Are you so confident? The moment the tortoise shell defense completely enveloped Huang Wei no longer felt any pressure. Bang. The next second, a violent sound rang out. I saw that the attack on the tortoise shell did not cause any damage to the tortoise shell, not a single crack. Huang Wei still stood motionless. However, the next second, a milky white lightning flashed across Woohoo's body. The sound of bones breaking one after another came from Woohoo's body, and the hand that struck out was also broken directly. Blood all over the body. Ah! Woohoo let out a shrill scream, and his whole body was blown away by a force. He vomited blood and hit the ground, his body twitching. It looks very penetrating. However, in front of Huang Wei's eyes, the energy did not decrease at all. After all, it is reasonable. The mysterious energy in his body can be easily reached by the Soul King point, but even if the energy decreases, he will not feel the slightest pain in his body. In other words, his pain will be intercepted by energy point. Unless the energy is cleared, Huang Wei will not feel any pain or even discomfort while in the state of defense possessed by the spirit. This is a terrifying thing about this black turtle. Chapter 19 Crushing Fragmentation. Dispatching the whole school to heal Soul Masters. Seeing Woohoo's fate, Mariel hurriedly shouted, "Quick, treat him." But even if she didn't need to say anything, the Soul Emperor healer who was ready to go had already quickly arrived at Woohoo and used his most powerful healing soul skill to inject it into Woohoo's body. Under the attention of everyone, the miserable Woohoo gradually improved with the help of the healing power, and his injuries gradually recovered. The veins on Woohoo's forehead, cold sweat and rapid breathing also subsided. However, all the bones in Woohoo's body were shattered and fractured, and his blood and meridians were not much better. At this time, the healing Soul Emperor looked anxious and said, "No, his injury is too serious and cannot be treated in a short time. If I let go of the treatment, his life will still be in danger." This was the first time she encountered such a difficult injury. What should we do? Mary asked hurriedly. No matter what, Woohoo is her student. Although he has a bad temper, young people always have shortcomings. She doesn't like killing people in her class, but Huang Wei was a little curious. Why didn't this guy explode and die? The previous soul beast hit him, and his body exploded. Point is it, because the power of this rebound is different between humans and spirit beasts, but it was a good thing that he didn't explode to death. After all, he didn't want to see such a cruel and bloody scene. Then the whole class will be in chaos. The Healing Soul Emperor said, we must ask the Healing Soul Masters from the entire academy to come over. All let more advanced Healing Soul Masters come over. I will stabilize his injuries first and save his life. Don't move where you are, Meriel said. I will notify the Dean immediately. Soon Dean Foster rushed over with dozens of Healing Soul Masters from Wuhan Academy. Seeing the bloodstains and the figure of the witch pot on the ground, the other Healing Soul Masters did not hesitate and went directly to perform treatment. It's so serious. They were also surprised. How on earth is this done? Foster looked at Meriel and frowned. Meriel told what had just happened. What? The damage caused by the rebound of a punch. Isn't this too scary? Foster's eyebrows jumped and he looked at Huang Wei with some surprise. He sighed in his heart. No wonder this boy was accepted as a direct disciple by Pope Bibi Dong. Such a monster, with only 15th level soul power, could resist a 30 level soul. Zun punches with all his strength. Even he couldn't help but gasp. The people in the class were also frightened by Huang Wei's Wuhan defense and anti-injury power. Even Yan and Xiaoyu turned pale at this moment. That kid's defense is even more terrifying than yesterday. Their voices were trembling. How on earth is this done? Hulina was completely dumbfounded. The same goes for the rest of the class. Now he didn't dare to look down upon this 6-year-old freshman, who only had level 15 soul power. Even the 4th ranked Wuken in the class couldn't break through the opponent's defense. Still made like this. As time passed, with the efforts of dozens of Healing Souls Masters, the severe and crushing injuries in Wu whose body were finally cured. However, this kind of treatment only just reconnects the broken bones, meridians, and blood vessels. It is still very fragile and requires continued treatment and recuperation. The martial soul cannot be used again for at least 3 months, otherwise it will cause harm again. What's going on? Foster asked. The Healing Soul Emperor exhaled and said, Dean, this child's injury has healed. The next step is 3 months of treatment. This injury requires long-term care. You cannot use the martial spirit within 3 months, otherwise the injury will worsen. Foster's expression changed. So serious. Right. The Healing Soul Emperor looked at Huang Wei standing aside with complicated eyes. This guy acts like he's fine. But she had seen the whole process, from beginning to end. It was just the witch pot beating the opponent. The other party just defended and did not fight back. How can I say? I have to say that it was Woohoo who disabled himself. Okay, take him to the infirmary. Foster sighed. The Healing Soul Emperor nodded. With the help of dozens of Healing Soul Masters, he carefully got the medical bed cart and wheeled it away. Many Healing Soul Masters could no longer endure it and sat down paralyzed from exhaustion. His face was pale and his soul power was completely exhausted. This is a huge surgery. Mental and soul power must be concentrated. High expectations. Everyone, is there anyone who wants to challenge me now? Huang Wei turned his head and scanned the class, showing a big white-toothed smile, and asked. Suddenly, there was silence in the class. Everyone is afraid. None of them wanted to end up like Woohoo. No more. No more. Yes. Yes. No more. No more. Everyone immediately shook their heads like a rattle. They swore that they would never conflict with each other, because even if the other party stood and beat them, they would not be able to break the defense. In the end, they would be injured. The greater the strength, the greater the self-injury. I will take care of Woohoo's parents. You can go to class as usual. I'll leave first. Foster said after seeing that the matter here was handled. Woohoo suffered such serious injuries, so he must tell the other party's parents. However, if students fight among themselves, they will definitely be injured. What's more, this time it was Woohoo who provoked others first. If you fail, it is entirely your own fault. Your skills are not as good as others. In this way, Huang Wei became a member of the advanced 606 class. He is also a tyrant. Even Yan and Xiaoyu didn't dare to mess with this guy. As for Hulina, she had not experienced the body-shattering pain like Yan and Xiaoyu, so she naturally did not understand how terrible it was. Chapter 16. So the face is pretty good. Mariel began to give theoretical lessons to everyone. The most important thing is to tell Huang Wei. After all, the rest of the people have all come from the junior class, and they already understand these martial arts knowledge, and can no longer understand it. Huang Wei was also very interested in the knowledge of this world and listened attentively. After giving a lesson, Mariel planned to let them participate in mimicry training. After all, they had already gone there at this time, and they should have done it now. But because of Huang Wei, a transfer student, he didn't go. When they heard that it was time to go, those driving learners who couldn't wait for a long time already started to move. Huang Wei came to Hulina's side and took the initiative to reach out his little hand to hold her hand. Suddenly there was a silky and comfortable feeling. Hulina didn't think so much. After all, she regarded Huang Wei as her younger brother, not to mention that he was still her junior brother, and one of her own. The other person is still 7 years younger than her, and she is not so beastly that she would have any other thoughts about him. But she doesn't think so, and Huang Wei doesn't necessarily think so. Huang Wei held hands with the mentality of eating free tofu. The students who watched it were so itchy that they couldn't lose their temper. It doesn't matter to Xiu. She is her sister after all. But Yan is different. He has been admiring and pursuing Hulina and has been a licking dog for so long. He has never held Nana's little hand, but now it is held by another man. Yan kept comforting himself crazily in his heart. Don't be angry, don't be angry. That kid is just a 6-year-old child. How could he think of these problems? It's all my own overthinking. Well, it's just me who overthinks it. No matter how awesome the defense is, it doesn't matter. In this way, he is only a 6-year-old kid, and there is no way he could steal Nana from me. Chapter 20. Challenging the limits. Soon everyone arrived at the mimic training ground. This is the largest mimicry training ground in Wuhan Academy. It covers a vast area, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is the largest in the entire Douluo continent. At this moment, students from many classes have already gathered here. All of them were led by their instructors to the designated mimicry training room planned by the class. As Hulina and her group passed by, they attracted the attention of the people around them. There is no way, as a member of the golden generation, and good looking, it is really eye-catching. But when I saw the little boy in Hulina's hand, the eyes of those people suddenly became unkind. You know, in Wuhan Academy, in addition to the 3 grade classes of junior, intermediate and advanced, there is also an elite class above the 3. Only those over the age of 18 who have reached the soul sect level can enter this class. Of course, age does not matter, as long as the level can reach soul sect or above as early as possible. They are eligible to enter. The 3 of Hulina now have the cultivation of level 35 soul master at the age of 12. Then it will definitely not take long to enter. Their talent and age also determine that they will become the golden generation. What's more, the soul power of the 3 people's bodies has been accumulated to a peak, and they only need a few more impacts to directly break through to level 36. This is also related to the supply of resources for cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how talented a person is, it would be very difficult for them to grow up if they bury their talents and deny them the resources to practice. Soon, he entered the room under the leadership of Instructor Mariel. This mimicry room was very large, with a total of 7 cabins that can train 7 people at once, and this is free for people in designated classes. People in the class can also go to other rooms to train, but they need to hand over the corresponding gold soul coins. Hulina and the 3 of them just went to other places, and this place was reserved for some of the less wealthy people in the class. The 3 of them are naturally not short of money. Wei, I plan to test the limit of your defense. Are you interested in knowing? Mariel walked up first, looked at Huang Wei and said. Huang Wei nodded. I'm also curious. The rest of you can disperse. Mariel looked at the others and said. As her order came down, except for the 3 Hulina, there were only 10 people left. Although these 10 people are talented, they also come from poor families, so they can naturally save money if they can. I'm also very curious about the limits of junior brother's defense, so I plan to stay and have a look. You can go practice first. Hulina looked at Yan and Xiaoyu. No, we are curious too. However, the two people's opinions were exactly the same as Hulina's. Others entered the cabin. Huang Wei also came to a cabin and lay down according to the instructions of instructor Mariel. It is very comfortable to lie down. It must be said that the current Douluo star technology completely crushes all the technologies in the previous life. Mariel pressed the green button and the hatch closed. A helmet thing directly enveloped Huang Wei's mind. Soon he entered a space composed of grids very big. This is a spiritual space. The soul master can show off his skills here. Even if he is injured and dies, he only needs to disconnect and come out. The person will be fine, but it will depend on the size of the injury and the toll it takes on him or her. At this moment, a sweet voice sounded in this space. Before, you easily withstood the strongest attack of the 30th level Soul Master. Woohoo. So I will simulate a 3,500-year-old fiery ape to give you a try. This is equivalent to the strength close to the Soul Sect. The person speaking was none other than Mariel. Huang Wei said, okay, teacher, come. As long as he is under the Soul King, his defense can easily resist it. The next moment, a huge fiery ape appeared in front. This guy's attack power was more ferocious than Woohoo's fiery monkey. After all, spirit beasts of the same year will also have different combat capabilities due to their own bloodlines. The fiery ape's whole body was burning with terrifying flames. There was a long red crown in the position of the Xianlin cap, and flames also appeared in the red crown. The fur of this monkey's body is not red but white. The fiery ape roared and launched an attack on Huang Wei. Defense. Huang Wei summoned the black turtle martial soul to possess him, and the first soul ring appeared. Turtle shell covers the whole body. At the same time, a string of data appeared in front of Huang Wei's eyes. Anti-injury rate. 100% critical hit rate. 50% soul power cultivation improvement. 5%. Information about the fiery ape in front of him was also presented. Just waiting quietly. The fiery ape punched down. Suddenly he screamed. His hand was broken, his body was torn apart, and he fell to the ground. It turned into particles and disappeared. But Huang Wei was indifferent, and there was no shortage of energy in his body. I feel nothing. So scary? Unexpectedly, even the 3,500-year-old Soul Sect, that is close to the Soul Sect, cannot break through the defense. People outside looking at the screen in front of them gasped and were shocked. The goes same for Mariel. The screen in front of you has 7 screens, corresponding to different cabins, but now it is occupied by Huang Wei alone. Then I will directly raise it to 5,000 years, and give it a try. Mariel gritted her teeth and said, a 5,000-year soul beast is equivalent to a 49th level Soul Sect. Even the Soul King is invincible. Still a fiery ape. Currently, the most explosive object of mimicry is the explosive ape. Huang Wei said, teacher, you can try a group attack. Okay. Mariel nodded. Anyway, the life lost in the mimicry is just too much consumption for the main body outside, and there is no danger to life. This is also the reason why many instructors feel comfortable giving students advanced challenges. A group of 5,000-year-old fiery apes continued to launch fierce attacks on Huang Wei. Huang Wei just hid under the tortoise shell, listening to the constant roaring and banging sounds. My ears were numb. But at this moment, the energy in his body began to fluctuate bit by bit. Hey, it has an effect on me so quickly. Feeling the decrease in energy in his body, and looking at the fiery apes who were committing suicide and dying in front of him, Huang Wei became a little confused about the communication system. And with the continuous group attacks of the fiery apes, the energy in his body decreased faster. After a while, Huang Wei felt like he had bottomed out. But the next second, all the fiery apes attacking in a group were dead. Everything is only for individuals, not groups. At this moment, he also understood. As long as it is a single target, under the Soul King, no matter how you hit him, it will not hurt him, and the energy in his body will not be lost. But if it's a group attack, like this, then you won't be invincible and your energy will be lost. Although these people will also be killed by the thorn armor and electric knife, they are still a threat to him. Chapter 17. He had to eliminate this threat. His defensive power has once again shocked everyone. So many fiery apes can't break through the turtle shell. Isn't this too exaggerated? The defensive power and anti-damage power are also outrageous. Suddenly, Meriel did not believe in evil, and summoned a group of fiery apes with the strength of the Soul King, and attacked Huang Wei again. This time, Huang Wei's energy dropped quickly. It is cleared directly until the end point. However, the fiery ape also severely injured a few of them. After the energy was cleared, the black turtle on Huang Wei's body disappeared. At the same time, he felt an extreme sense of exhaustion and weakness sweeping over him. Then he disappeared into space. End of mimicry. Everyone finally measured the limit of Huang Wei's 15th level soul power. Chapter 21. 1 month. Huang Wei woke up. His face was a little pale and there were beads of sweat. How do you feel, Meriel? And Hulina all came over, and several classmates behind them who had not yet had their turn also gathered over. After hearing the concerns of the three of them, Huang Wei slowly stood up, his body feeling a little weak. He nodded and said, "I'm so tired. I'll go practice first. You continue," Huang Wei said and left the cabin. Hulina helped him to the side, sat cross-legged, and breathed in to restore the soul power in the body. His energy also gradually recovered through breathing. The three of Hulina left and went to practice elsewhere, and the rest of the people here also began to enter the hatch. Meriel, on the other hand, quickly sent Huang Wei's data to the dean. The dean took it over and took a look. After just one glance, his pupils shrank, and he took a breath of air. Terrible monster, this data must be handed over to His Majesty the Pope as soon as possible. As he spoke, he summoned a martial spirit, which was a huge golden eagle, and flew quickly towards the Pope's palace. Although this place is outside Wuhan City, it is less than 1 kilometer away from Wuhan City. Foster quickly stepped into the papal palace. "Your Majesty the Pope," he respectfully reported. "Foster, what's the matter?" Bibi Dong asked calmly. "We have just tested Mr. Wei's current level 15 spirit defense limit, which came from the mimicry training cabin." Foster made a gesture of handing out the information in his hand. Bibi Dong was also very curious. With a wave of the hand, the information is taken into hand. 1 Look. He also looked extremely surprised. "It's really unbelievable that the 15th level can resist the full blow of so many Soul Kings before it ends. It's really unbelievable. You are worthy of being my direct disciple. So good." Bibi Dong laughed in a cold voice. "I didn't expect him to break through to the 15th level so quickly. Okay, you can go back. I'm in a good mood today. You can go and collect 1 month's training resources." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." Foster was overjoyed. After thanking him, he left in the academy. Huang Wei returned to the villa area first and looked at the huge lake in front of him. He doesn't intend to waste it. Entering a bush, I looked left and right and found that there was no one else. I breathed a sigh of relief and even took off my clothes, leaving only my underwear. He ran directly towards the lake and jumped into the water. He immediately felt extremely comfortable. The soul power in the body is also recovering quickly. He summoned the black turtle spirit again and dived into the water. Protected by the black turtle barrier, he could breathe and swim easily in the water. His speed slowed down and he became very fast. Time flies and a month has passed. Huang Wei also stayed at Wuhan Academy for a month. The theoretical lessons were completed in the previous days, and then it was time to practice individually. Huang Wei was special. Apart from eating, he was soaked in the large lake. Seeing this, the students coming and going were confused. Why does this guy like water so much? Soaked in water all day long. At this time, there was a huge black turtle standing in the middle of the lake, and Huang Wei's body was submerged underwater. The whole person fell into a deep sleep. The surrounding energy automatically converged on his black turtle. A green light appeared on his body. When he opened his eyes again, a ray of light flashed through them. The soul power aura on his body became very strong. It took me a month to finally raise my soul power to level 20. This experience is still a bit small, Huang Wei muttered. Why did it take so long to reach level 20? That's because he was lazy a lot and slept in the villa. Moreover, the mentor and others had nothing to do with him. Firstly, he has a noble status, and secondly, the opponent is a defensive type. The black turtle is special and can practice by soaking in water, so he ignored Huang Wei. Stock directly. As for going to the mimicry training ground, Huang Wei didn't bother to go because it wasn't as comfortable as soaking in water. Therefore, in the academy, the only one who can check and balance Huang Wei, and make him obedient as Ulina. Even Yan and Zi were not looked down upon by him. The character panel appears in front of you. Turtle. Invincible system host, Huang Wei martial spirit, black turtle talent, turtle longevity lifespan. 600 soul power. 20. First level soul master, soul skill, defense, passive, self-inflicted counter injury critical hit level 1, turtle shell strengthening level 1, equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade. The following is the effect after activation of Wuhan, anti-injury rate. 100% critical hit rate. 50% cultivation speed. 5%. It's time to hunt for the second soul ring. With my current defense, there is no problem in going by myself, but it will take a longer time. Huang Wei said to himself, little junior brother. Suddenly, a voice came into Huang Wei's ears. Sister. Nana. Huang Wei looked happy and swam directly towards the shore. Looking at the big black turtle that was gradually coming towards her, Hulina's smile became even stronger. This month, she came frequently. He will come over after training. After all, the other person is his junior brother and he must take good care of him. Although with his current defense, he is basically invincible among the academy students. In addition to her, Yan and Ziyu also followed behind. They all just came back from training. A month has passed, and this boy's black turtle seems to be getting harder to me. This guy's defenses are only getting more and more scary. Ziyu and Yan spoke one after another. The two of them want to take revenge, unless they catch each other, and prevent him from opening his martial spirit. If he does, there is no hope. Hello, Sister Nana. Huang Wei replied with a soft greeting. Senior. Sister, why do you come to see me when you have time? Are you inviting me to dinner? Then he asked. Eat. Know how to eat. We have a mission, to come here this time. As the fourth member of our golden generation, you naturally have to go there together, to get used to it. When Yan heard Huang Wei's words, he immediately spoke angrily. Huang Wei immediately yelled back in annoyance. Why are you so fierce? Do you want to fight? Don't you think that I'm afraid of you because you have upgraded to level 36 soul power? The only person who can hurt me is Sister Nana. Huang Wei choked his mouth and said, you. Damn it. I'm going to beat you to death. Yan was so angry that she became furious. Ziyu immediately grabbed him. This was also a cooperative fight. To give the other side a step down. Yan can't break through the opponent's defense at all, and it will be bad if something happens to him. Okay, he is only a 6-year-old child. What do you have to argue with him? Ziyu said helplessly. On weekdays, these two enemies often quarrel. Me too. Why am I arguing with a 6-year-old kid? Yan said coldly. Sister Nana, what's the mission? Huang Wei ignored this idiot and looked at Hulina, curiously asking. Hulina chuckled and then said seriously, the teacher has issued a mission to us, asking us to support the Wuhan team in Sunset Town tomorrow and kill a group of bandits together. The strength of these bandits is as strong as a soul sect, but your defense, little junior brother, with such a strong force, there must be no problem. When the time comes, this bandit who cooperates with us will definitely become our treasure. Chapter 18. There is only one soul sect, so it is a piece of cake for me. When the time comes, I will activate the martial soul to cover you, and just stand and chop at the opponent. Hearing this, Hulina, Yan and Ziyu were speechless. Even if the other party didn't hear this, even if the three of them heard it, they would feel very uncomfortable. Huang Wei added, if we go tomorrow, then I will add the second soul ring today. By then, my defense will be unprecedentedly improved, and we will be safer. Second soul ring. Junior brother, have you reached level 20? Lena was amazed. She didn't expect the other party to be so fast. Huang Wei nodded. Well, we just made a breakthrough. He muttered, if I hadn't been lazy, maybe it wouldn't take half a month to break through. At this moment, the faces of Yan and Ziyu turned dark. What you said is that we have cultivated ourselves like dogs. The same is true for Hulina. Although they all know that Huang Wei cultivates quickly, they can't reach 5 levels in 1 month. What's more, it's only been more than a month since this guy awakened his martial spirit. A 6-year-old level 20 Great Soul Master who is more than a month old is really terrifying. Records have been broken. I'll take you to find the Dean. He is an 8-ringed soul Douluo and can fly. He can take you there to hunt for the second soul ring quickly. In the meantime we will follow. Who? Lena said. Point to Huang Wei. He said, can he still fly with so many people? Z. You crossed her arms and said calmly, the Dean's 5th soul skill can fly in groups. We are not far from the star forest. Half a stick of incense is enough time. Everyone looked at the sky and saw that it was noon now. Okay, let's go. Huang Wei nodded. Point to Huang Wei got dressed and the 4 of them rushed towards the Dean's office. Point Foster was working in the office when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. The door is unlocked. Come in. He didn't bother to ask who it was and said calmly, after all, in Wuhan Academy, who else dares to be so presumptuous? He is the Dean himself. Hello, Dean. Hulina and the others greeted each other. After hearing this, Foster looked up and was curious. Were these 4 guys here for a mission? As the Dean, he had already been greeted by His Majesty Pope Bibi Dong for the task assigned to the 4 people. Holy girl, Mr. Wei, why are you here? Foster immediately stood up to greet him. Huang Wei said, Dean, I have broken through to level 20 soul power, and I would like to ask you to take us to the Stardow Forest to hunt a soul beast. Oh, Mr. Wei has exceeded level 20. Foster was overjoyed when he heard this and felt the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Huang Wei's body. He had indeed reached level 20. Not bad. Such an achievement in just 1 month. It seems that it won't take much time to surpass Hulina and the other 3. Okay, I will take you there to hunt for the second soul ring now. Foster nodded and said he was very happy to oblige. Dean, we are going to. We are in the same team. Hulina said. Good. Everyone left the office, possessed by a golden eagle. Foster shouted and directly summoned the martial spirit. I saw a huge golden eagle attached to Foster's body. The golden eagle's wings flapped and its body lifted off the ground and flew up. At the same time, yellow, purple, black, and black appeared on his body. The most standard 8 soul rings. The 5th soul ring lit up. The 5th soul skill, share the speed. The next second, a golden eagle power appeared on every one. A pair of golden eagle wings as big as Foster appeared behind the 4 of them. Float. To Huang Wei, who felt flying for the first time was suddenly very mysterious. Now it's flying, and it feels really good. There is only half a stick of incense in time. I will disperse my soul power and supply it to your wings. Let's hurry up and get there, Foster said, and the 4 of them nodded. Then the former controlled the direction of flight, and everyone escaped into the sky and quickly headed towards the star forest. Mr. Wei, what soul beast do you want to hunt for your second soul ring? Foster asked as he flew. Huang Wei said, as for turtles, just find one that is about 7 or 8 years old. Anyway, the soul ring is just a key to upgrade for him. The power of the second soul ring ultimately depends on what the black turtle itself gives. The first soul ring gave him an increase in defense. The second soul ring is probably the same. Foster said, the endurance limit of a person's second soul ring is 764 years, but you want to absorb more than that. Huang Wei said indifferently, Dean, my first soul ring is beyond the limit. According to my current body and martial soul strength, it is more than enough to absorb an 800-year-old spirit ring. However, I don't choose, as long as I have the second soul ring. I want all the turtles within the ring's absorption range. Foster shook his head. This won't work. If you choose the defense system, you must find the relevant defense system turtles. If you choose to take the defense system, don't make it confusing. Huang Wei said, Dean, my Wuhan black turtle is quite special. My soul skills are not determined by the soul beast in the soul ring, but by my Wuhan black turtle. After absorbing the soul ring. After all, we are all our own people, so there is nothing that cannot be said. What? Foster frowned and was extremely surprised. There is such a thing. It was also the first time he heard of it. Hulina and the other 3 were surprised. The former said, I heard from the teacher that your first martial soul is the Jing-armed earth turtle, but your second soul skill seems to have nothing to do with the Jing-armed earth turtle. Huang Wei nodded. Not bad. Then what soul skills did your first soul ring, black turtle, give you? Yan asked. Huang Wei said, defense and counter injury have been greatly improved. Strong. Defense and counter injury have always been the psychological shadow of Xiao and Yan. Interesting. Soul ring. It turns out to be like this. Then I won't force you to find a turtle that meets the age defense for you. Foster said. Good. Soon, everyone arrived at the Stardow Forest. This is also Huang Wei's second time here. Foster headed straight for the rocky area. Point the general defensive turtles will gather their point. Foster released his Contraura. Point the surrounding soul beasts quickly left. Point don't dare to get close. Point everyone's wings were also gone. Point look at the rocky area ahead. Why don't you find a thorn armored turtle? Anyway, I will absorb this one as my first soul ring. Huang Wei suggested. Hey, that's the Earth Rock Turtle. But at this moment, Foster had good eyesight and looked at the turtle shell in a puddle not far ahead. His eyes flashed and he said, Earth Rock Turtle. Everyone looked over and saw that it was indeed the case. It's 850 years old. Are you confident? Foster looked at Huang Wei. Point soul beast, Earth Rock Turtle age. 850 years. Personality, tough, bad-tempered, absorbable or not? Yes, it's him. Huang Wei nodded. No one expected that they would be lucky enough to find a suitable soul beast so quickly. Foster directly flew over, launched an attack on the Earth Rock Turtle, beat it until it was weak, and then picked it up. Point flying back directly towards Huang Wei. Chapter 23. Tired of beating the Earth Rock Turtle, who was thrown here in front of everyone, had 10,000 question marks in his heart. Point I was just taking a nap. Why was I attacked by humans? Woo woo woo. He is dead and will become someone else's soul ring. Point the Earth Rock Turtle suddenly became extremely sad. Master Wei, come here. I will leave it to you to solve the problem yourself. Foster said with a smile on his face. Huang Wei nodded, reached out and stroked the Earth Rock Turtle's head, and said with a smile, don't be afraid, it will be over soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Wei's thoughts moved, and in the next second huge soul power rose up from his body, and a huge black turtle appeared above his back. Point the domineering aura of the turtle made Earth Rock Turtle feel palpitated just by looking at it. Point what kind of turtle is this? What a horror. His body shivered even more. Point the next moment, the black turtle let out a low roar, and the mysterious lines on the turtle's shell suddenly lit up, heading towards the Earth Rock Turtle. Point in just a moment, the Earth Rock Turtle transformed into a stream of brown energy and entered Huang Wei's body. Such a scene, if Bibi Dong arrives, will definitely be a familiar scene. Huang Wei immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Chapter 19. This scene happened so fast that Foster, Lena, Yan and Ziyu were all shocked. What ability is this? You can actually absorb the soul ring without killing the soul beast. This is the first time I've seen this happen. Maybe it has something to do with his martial spirit. The four people spoke in horror. This matter needs to be reported to the Pope. Foster said. Point this is a big deal. Point Lena said. Dean, there's no need, because the teacher helped me hunt down my junior brother's first soul ring. The teacher must have known about it, so we'll just pretend it didn't happen. Nana. Makes sense. Ziyu and Yan looked at Foster, being looked at by all three of them. Foster suddenly felt a little embarrassed and immediately said, don't worry, you three. This Dean is also a soul Douluo of Wuhan Palace after all. I understand everything that should be said and what should not be said. Next, let's protect him. Foster immediately changed the topic. Point in this way, under the protection of everyone, Huang Wei quickly passed the time of burning incense. Point this time it's even slower than before. Point perhaps it's because his age has reached 850, which is far beyond the limit of a soul master's second soul ring. Point at this time, in Huang Wei's body, the power of the mysterious black turtle shell pattern was digesting and absorbing the Earth Rock Turtle for him. As a switch key, it was quickly diluted by the black turtle, and the black turtle also gave its own power to Huang Wei as his second soul skill point. After burning the incense, 2 yellow soul rings appeared on Huang Wei's body. Point both yellows are extremely deep. Point, and he is a being who specializes in breaking the limits of soul masters. Huang Wei woke up and felt the changes in his body. Point he became stronger and taller. The overall feeling is pretty good. Point immediately summon the character panel to watch. Turtle Invincible System Host, Huang Wei Martial Spirit, Black Turtle Talent, Turtle Longevity Lifespan. 900 soul power. 23. Second ring Great Soul Master, soul skills, defense, turtle shell saving. You can store the counter injury converted from the enemy's attacks on the turtle shell defense together, and then designate a target as the counter injury target. The more you save and suppress, the more damage will be counter injured in the end. The more terrifying it is. It has the effect of an absolute critical hit. After the skill is activated, the object attacking the tortoise shell or the person next to it will not receive the counter injury effect until the save ends. Equipment: Thorn Armor, defensive version of Static Electric Blade. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate: 100% critical hit rate, 50% cultivation speed, 5%. After Huang Wei saw the introduction of soul skills, he was immediately overjoyed. It seems that he can activate the second soul ring in the future, so that if one of his own people hits him, he will not be hurt and become a person who is on the verge of death. Moreover, this saved counter injury power does not need to be used necessarily. The corners of his mouth were smiling so much that they could touch his earlobes, and one thing is that this may be his only designated attack method at present. It was really beyond his expectation. Seeing how happy Huang Wei was, Lina and the other 4 people knew that, although Huang Wei had acquired some soul skills, they knew that this soul skill must be very good. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be able to smile with such a vulgar face. Huang Wei said, the second soul skill Black Turtle gave me as a kind of counter-attack that can condense the enemy's counter-attack on my anti-armor, and then I can designate a target for counter-attack. At the same time, my defense power has also been greatly improved. Promote defense. Then, he shouted softly, and the tortoise shell on his body appeared and covered his body. You can try attacking me. With that said, Huang Wei had already activated his second soul skill. Both Yan and Ziyu were in shadow and did not dare to take action. Huang Wei said, when my second soul skill is condensing the power of counter injury, it will not counter injure the target. If so, then we won't be polite. Yan and Ziyu directly activated their martial spirits. 3 soul rings appeared on his body, and he directly launched the strongest blow, hitting Huang Wei's tortoise shell. Bang! However, when they were hit, they still felt scared, and they were constantly checking whether they would feel pain. But in the end, it was only Yan who was in pain, because he hit the tortoise shell with his fist, and the hard tortoise shell made his bones ache. But it was not as terrible pain as before. Ziyu Scimitar kept slashing. The 2 took this opportunity to continue bombarding each other, using all their strength. Huang Wei, on the other hand, looked relaxed. The attacks of these 2 people did not even lose a single point of his energy. Only when the endurance of the tortoise shell is broken, the energy will be lost. At the same time, Huang Wei felt a ball of green energy appear in his hand. It was originally the size of a grain of rice, but gradually grew larger as Yan and Ziyu continued to hit it. Seeing this scene, Foster was so shocked that he was speechless. Isn't this defense too terrifying? The other party was only a 23rd level Great Soul Master, but these 2 were 36th level Soul Masters. They attacked with all their strength and beat them so many times that nothing happened. Even though he, a Contra from the Martial Spirit Academy, has been on the battlefield and wandered around the world for so many years, he has never seen such a terrifyingly defensive martial spirit. In the end, even Lina summoned her martial spirit to join the offensive against Huang Wei's tortoise shell. After burning the incense, the 3 of them were exhausted, but Huang Wei's tortoise shell was still extremely hard and did not move. There is no back injury, but this defense is too terrible. After playing for so long, there is no crack at all. The 3 of them were speechless, and the hands of Yan and Lina were red. Ziyu was okay, at least it was a weapon attack, but there was also a red mark on the palm of my hand. All 3 of them were exhausted. However, at this moment, the green sphere in Huang Wei's hand was as big as Bibi Dong's chest muscles. His hands were smaller and couldn't grasp it. But fortunately, the energy didn't feel weighty at all in his hands. Terrible defense. I admire your evil spirit. God. Foster took a breath and said. Chapter 24. Damn, it's so scary. Foster said, so, the green sphere in your hand that keeps getting bigger is the damage that should have been reflected back when they hit your tortoise shell. Is it all concentrated here now? He is a very careful person, and he has been observing it since a small green light appeared on the palm of Huang Wei's right hand point. He found that this small light was constantly getting bigger, and the frequency of the increase was closely related to the frequency and strength of Hulina's 3 blows. Yes, I don't know what will happen to the person hit by this energy ball, Huang Wei said. Would you 3 give it a try? Huang Wei raised the energy ball in his hand and looked at Hulina. Ziyu and Yan showed an evil smile. You guys hit me so well just now. Now it's my turn. The expressions of the 3 people changed drastically. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and they quickly retreated. Both Yan and Ziyu looked horrified. Huang Wei, calm down. Don't mess around. If this hits us, we will definitely be killed. Although Hulina had never experienced the feeling of being shattered to pieces, her face turned pale when she saw Woohoo's tragic look before. She didn't like to feel that kind of pain. Junior brother, calm down. She immediately advised him. Dean, do you want to give it a try? Huang Wei said, but was quickly rejected. Forget it. If something goes wrong, no one will take us back, and there is no healing soul master here, so I won't take the risk. In fact, Foster still wanted to give it a try to satisfy his curiosity, but seeing the changes in the faces of Yan and the others, he recalled that Woohoo had just punched the healing soul master of the boxing academy to hit him with all his strength. Now that I have gathered so much, if it really hits me, although he is a contra, his physical strength is not that of a contra. You're right, but it still doesn't work. Foster wiped the hot sweat from his forehead and said, can your energy ball be avoided by others? Then he changed the subject. Huang Wei said, as long as the target is designated by me, it cannot be avoided, unless someone or something helps to block it. There happens to be a stone rockery there, and there is no soul beast there, so let's use it for an experiment. He was also curious about the extent of his power. These only belong to the 3 soul masters. If more advanced people are allowed to come, the power will be even more terrifying. As he spoke, he threw the energy ball directly. The green and gentle energy ball just left his hand, floated in the air, and finally landed on the rocky rockery not far ahead. Suddenly, a dazzling green light flashed like a flash bomb, and the next second, a booming explosion sounded like the sky and the earth. A terrifying green energy light enveloped the rocky rockery. Foster, Hulina, Yan and Ziyu were stunned. Damn it. So scary. The next second, the 4 of them couldn't help but shudder. If this damn thing were to hit him, Foster would feel like he would be shattered to pieces, which would be even more terrifying. As for Yan and the other 3, they are definitely dead. The huge explosion sound alarmed all directions. Birds, soul beasts, and crawling soul beasts all quickly moved away from this dangerous area. Soon, the light disappeared, leaving only powder on the rocky rockery ahead. Everyone gasped. Let's go back. Foster's voice grew dull. He quickly summoned the martial soul golden eagle and released his 5th soul skill, allowing everyone to fly with wings. Huang Wei also took back his martial spirit, and everyone quickly returned to the martial spirit academy. On the way, all 3 Hulina fell into thinking about life. Chapter 20. Return to the academy soon. Foster did not stop and flew up again. Flying quickly towards the Pope's palace in Wuhan City. He had to tell His Majesty the Pope everything that happened today. It's really too evil back in Wuhan Academy. Huang Wei felt hungry, so he said to Hulina, Sister Nana, I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat in the cafeteria now? Hulina and the other 3 came back to their senses, and the former said, yes, why don't you go and eat by yourself? We plan to continue practicing. How about meeting on the 1st floor of the villa early tomorrow morning? Yan and Ziyu both agreed. There was nothing he could do. He was really shocked by Huang Wei's growth rate and the terrifying monster's martial spirit. Now everyone doubts the name of this golden generation, and whether the 3 of them are not suitable. Huang Wei also saw that these 3 people were hit by him, and immediately said, don't be discouraged. After all, I'm only a defensive soul master, and you are the main attacker. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 3 people suddenly darkened. It was okay not to say it, but it was even more shocking to say it. To defend, you should but if you do counter injury and concentrate the counter injury before launching, isn't this going astray? You have the nerve to say that you are defensive. You are completely on the offensive and defensive line to defend. Okay brat, stop talking. Let's go practice. Yan gave up and said to Huang Wei, okay. Then, you go ahead, and I deleted myself. Seeing this, Huang Wei had no intention of staying. Anyway, he was not short of money. Although the tuition was free, the food expenses were not. Taking into account the limited family conditions of students, the cafeteria also has price packages that are friendly to the people. As for Huang Wei, he went to the rich area to eat and drink. Along the way north, Huang Wei was also well known in Wuhan Academy Point for a month. There has been a rumor about him. There is a person whose martial spirit is a turtle, who likes to practice in lakes and scare some people at night. Some young lovers who go to the wild feel like they are suddenly being watched by a pair of eyes and are unable to even do anything. Arriving at the canteen, Huang Wei went straight to the wealthy area. He took out 10 gold soul coins and ordered soul beast meat, as well as plant-based soul beast meat, a glass of juice, a bowl of soup, and dessert. Point just find a place to sit down and start eating. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong frowned as she saw Foster rushing over. She felt that something big had happened again. Foster, what's the matter? Bibi Dong's voice was cold. Point today, with Bibi Dong were Yu Guan and Gui Mei below. They were also curious. Foster was the dean of Wuhan Academy. What was going on when he came here this time? I have met your majesty and the two elders. Foster immediately and respectfully told the news in detail that Huang Wei had just reached the 20th level, successfully obtained the second soul ring and years, was promoted to the 23rd level, and the monster energy was condensed. When Yu Guan and Gui Mei heard this, their eyes widened immediately, and they looked at each other in tacit understanding. The ghost snorted coldly and said, Foster, you have to know that deceiving His Majesty the Pope will result in unimaginable punishment. Foster, are you sure you saw it correctly, or that your brain is not overheated? Yu Guan also felt a little ridiculous. Although Huang Wei's defense was indeed very strong, they didn't believe it would be so strong. Facing the questioning of the two elders, Foster immediately broke down in cold sweat and said in fear, two elders, I would never dare to deceive His Majesty the Pope. Please be careful, Your Majesty the Pope. I trust you. Bibi Dong's voice was calm, but there was a hint of surprise in her tone. Chapter 25 Huang Wei is chill. His Majesty the Pope, do you need me to ask Mr. Wei to bring him back? Foster asked. Bibi Dong said, no, tomorrow they will set off to exterminate the bandits. You will follow them secretly, and don't take action until life or death. They will come back here after they complete their mission. His Majesty the Pope. Foster nodded respectfully. Okay, your report has merit. Go and get your salary. Bibi Dong said, thank you, His Majesty the Pope. I will take my leave first. Foster was overjoyed and said with cupped hands. Bibi Dong nodded. Go ahead, Foster. Turned and left. Elder Gui, do you have anything you want to say? Bibi Dong looked calmly at the two people below who looked in disbelief. If it is true what Foster said, then Mr. Wen's martial spirit is very terrifying. As long as it grows up, its defense power can easily crush the elephant armor sect of the next 4 sects. Furthermore, Mr. Wen is only 6 years old, and now his soul power has reached level 23. This is really unimaginable. With such a speed of cultivation, I'm afraid I can have the cultivation level of a soul emperor before I'm 20 years old. Even if it's impossible, Mr. Wen's 6-year-old and 23 level talent is enough to become the #1 person of his age in the entire Douluo continent. Douluo and Ghost Douluo not only expressed their direct opinions, but also flattered them at the same time. After all, Huang Wei was Bibi Dong's direct disciple. Even if not, they would definitely accept him as a disciple with such a talent, which would really make them envious. Bibi Dong was naturally in a good mood after hearing this, and Huang Wei's talent was beyond her expectation. She looked in the direction of the Xiandao Empire. He murmured to himself, excluding that unexpected presence, Xiao Wei is indeed the #1 person in Douluo continent. But comparing Kan Rinxu's martial spirit with his, it seems that Xiao Wei is still the #1 after all. The martial spirit is not as good as the one inherited from the god level, but now it has reached the level that Kan Rinxu was when he was 6 years old. Qian Ringsu's innate soul power was at level 20, and the soul ring she obtained must also be at level 23. I intend to make Xiao Wei the holy son of Wuhan Palace. What do you think? At this point, her voice became a little colder. Douluo and Ghost Douluo did not expect that Bibi Dong would suddenly have this idea. Then he nodded and said, "We have no objections to His Majesty the Pope's decision. We are very supportive of it, and young Master Wei does have this qualification. It's just that the other elders still have offerings there." Ghost Douluo hesitated in his words. Bibi Dong snorted and said calmly, "When Xiao Wei's talent is revealed tomorrow, I'm not afraid that they won't agree. If you want to compete with their grandsons, there's no need to worry. At the 15th level, Xiao Wei's defense power can withstand so many Soul King's combos before breaking through. Now that it is level 23, the defense power is naturally even more amazing. The grandsons of those people have not reached this level yet. Challenge? Humph, it can only be you are asking for trouble. My disciples should be the sons of the Holy Spirit." Bibi Dong's words were undeniably domineering. The awe-inspiring power made both Douluo and Ghost Douluo tremble. Yes, they both replied immediately. At Wuhan Academy, Huang Wei finished his meal and ran directly towards his favorite villa. When passing by a large lake, his steps paused for a moment, and he felt an urge to dive. But after thinking about it, I finally reached level 23, and I can't practice every day. I must enjoy it and sleep comfortably. So I went directly back to the 606 villa room, went directly into the large bathtub, and took a comfortable bath with water. She walked out wearing a pair of white underwear, and suddenly a cool breeze blew by. It was the air conditioning soul guide that he turned on in advance. Lying on the big bed, Huang Wei smiled broadly. Joining the spirit hall is indeed the right choice for me, and becoming the disciple of the great beauty Bibi Dong is even more the right choice for me. If I had taken the path of noting Soul Master Academy, what would I be like now? How can I have such comfortable treatment? Not only do I have status, but I also have a fixed monthly salary, good food, good clothing, and good housing. Hahaha. No, according to the plotline, the Wuhan Palace will be destroyed by that bastard Chen Xin in the future. Now that I'm here, and the teacher is so kind to me, I must not let the Wuhan Palace be destroyed in the hands of this bastard. Chen Xin, Xiao Wu, Yu Xiao Gang, Tang Heo, Haoshan Sect, Kibeo Glazed Sect, Douluo and all the others who are against Wuhan Palace and my teacher. I will definitely strike first and kill you. At this moment, Huang Wei felt the crisis coming, because if his martial soul was destroyed, he, as a disciple of Bibi Dong, would definitely suffer the same fate, and everything he had would be gone. As a time traveler, he absolutely does not want to see such a thing happen. Since we are already hostile, I will kill you as soon as possible, before you grow up without any hesitation. Then, a gloomy cold light flashed in his eyes, and his voice was even more filled with cold murderous intent. Chen Xin and other people who were against Wuhan Palace and Bibi Dong in the original work were extremely disgusted, so he wanted to eradicate them. Although he seems to be very kind-hearted, once there is anything that threatens his future, he will take action without hesitation and kill those who can be killed as soon as possible. Having read countless novels, he knew that it would be more dangerous to keep it later. The protagonists are all lucky enough to make a comeback. It just so happened that the second soul skill now gave him the only ability to actively attack, and he could continue to save it until it was used. If so, then can I continue to save the power of counter-injury critical strikes, and then compress it to an extreme, and wait for one day to directly shoot towards Chen Xin or Tang Heo in a sneak attack? Or maybe we can deal with Yu Xiao Gang first. After all, this is also a huge disaster in the original work. Bibi Dong still loved him until her death. Thinking of this, Huang Wei immediately clenched his fists and became angry. No, we must not let this happen. Now that I'm here, Yu Xiao Gang must die! Exclamation mark. It's no use even if Jesus comes, I said. According to the development of the plot, Chen Xin and he are now the same age. So, suddenly something flashed in his eyes. Xiao Wu is still at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. If I find an excuse to let Ghost Douluo lurk there. Then with his title Douluo's cultivation, I will definitely be able to find Xiao Wu, 100,000-year-old soul beast. Although Tang Heo will be there, at this time, Tang Heo is still injured and has not fully healed. He cannot kill Ghost Douluo. When the time comes, he will add fuel to the flames in front of Teacher Zhe, and everything will be settled. As for how the news came, of course it was what the black turtle told me in the dream. As long as I insist on this answer, they can't do anything to me. In the end, they can only believe me. In Huang Wei's heart, there was already a particularly sinister routine point as for what Xiao Wu would do if he was captured. Keep it first, and then kill it to absorb the soul ring when Bibi Dong's second martial soul reaches level 80 or 90 point, or maybe it was left to him to kill and absorb the soul ring point a 100,000-year-old. Martial spirit can definitely explode into soul bones. It is mentioned in the original work point, it shouldn't be too different now. Chapter 26. Angry at this moment, the young Tang San, who was at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, was sitting cross-legged on the bed in his work-study student dormitory, meditating and practicing the Zuanshan technique, feeling the soul power accumulating in the body bit by bit. Chapter 21. However, at this moment, for some reason, he felt inexplicably restless in his heart and his eyelids twitched. He slowly opened his eyes, frowned suddenly, and murmured to himself, "What's going on? Why do I have this very uneasy feeling? My originally calm heart is completely messed up." His eyes moved and he looked at the moonlight outside the window point. Suddenly a hand pulled at his clothes. I was stunned for a moment and looked over. It turned out to be Xiao Wu sleeping beside the bed, acting unconsciously in his sleep. Xiao Wu was already asleep at this moment. Looking at the rest of the people in the 7 houses, they were all asleep in the same way, and some were snoring. But for him, it has little impact. After all, they are all a group of children, and he is the soul of a Tang sect master from his previous life. Well, maybe I've thought too much, and it turned out to be like this. Then just have a good sleep. After saying that, he lay down directly, covered himself with the quilt, glanced at Xiao Wu beside the bed, and then closed his eyes, and fell asleep speechless all night. Time flies, and with a ray of sunshine, roosters crowing, and birds chirping, the next day arrives. A new day, a new beginning point. Wuhan Academy, Villa Area Point in room 606. Huang Wei appeared as a big herringbone, sleeping soundly and having sweet dreams. I dreamed that I was sleeping in the same bed with Hulina, and I was so happy. Hulina was shy, and shouted for mercy. However, on the first floor of the villa, Hulina, Yan and Xiaoyu had already gotten up early, washed up and came here. Waking up early has become their daily. They gathered here, but Huang Wei was not seen. That Brad won't forget it, right? We have a mission today. Someone will come to pick us up soon. Yan's fiery temper suddenly rose and he cursed, "Junior brother, after all, he has never been on a mission, and he has been living a very carefree life. He must still be sleeping in his room now," Hulina said, seemingly not surprised by all this. After all, she had learned a lot in more than a month. Ziyu said, "I'm going to wake up, but we can't let this guy delay our time." After thinking about it, Hulina shook her head and said, "Forget it, let me go. You two go to the cafeteria for breakfast first, and I will take him there with me later." "Okay." It's an advantage for that guy. If I go, I will definitely give him brains to punch. Yan is very envious. Nana, whom he has admired for a long time, will definitely explode with joy if he can do this for him. And I point. As he spoke, he waved his fiery fists. Ziyu said quietly, "Let's go. You can't break through that guy's defense. Practice hard to improve your cultivation, and strive to break through the Soul Sect before the age of 15, and break through the Soul King before the age of 20. Yan raised his palms and pressed them on his face, feeling helpless. That guy is also a 23rd level Soul Master at the age of 6. This cultivation speed is incredible. We must work hard, otherwise we will really be overtaken in a corner. Then you will be embarrassed and disgraced." The two just walked out of the dormitory building. Ulina also quickly headed towards room 606. Knocked on the door. The sudden sound of the door woke up Huang Wei, who was having a sweet dream inside. Immediately, when I got up, I felt angry, and I couldn't get angry anywhere. He roared directly at the door. "Who is it?" Isn't it polite to disturb others' sleep so early in the morning? As he said that, he grabbed the stool beside him, ran to the door angrily, and opened the door. He raised his hand, and was about to throw the stool forward. "Junior brother, it's me." When Hulina saw this, she didn't expect Huang Wei to lose such a temper. She was also startled, and she quickly stretched out her hand, and snatched his stool away. Feeling that his hands were empty, Huang Wei was stunned for a moment. After seeing the person in front of him clearly, Huang Wei's mind suddenly echoed with the dream he had just been having with this person, and his anger suddenly disappeared. It was replaced with a smile. It turns out to be Sister Nana. "Sister Nana, why are you coming to see me so early? Do you miss me? Why don't you come in and sit for a while?" Seeing Huang Wei's expression change so quickly, Hulina was speechless. She patted his head with her left hand and said, "Why sit down? I think you are sleepy. Why did I come here to find you? You can't be. Have you forgotten, Huang?" Wei scratched his head, looking a little confused. He couldn't recall it for a while, so he blurted out, "What's the matter, senior sister?" When Hulina heard this, her chest muscles rose up and down in anger. If she hadn't seen that the other person was her own junior brother, she would have punched and kicked him right now. She said with a face full of hatred, "Go and destroy the bandits. Do you remember?" As she spoke, a surge of soul power burst out from her body, and she wished she could give Huang Wei a kick right now. Huang Wei was startled and remembered. He immediately said, "Sister, don't do anything. I remember. Remember." "Ha ha ha, Huang." Wei said with a look of shame, "You come in first and sit down. I'll go wash up. I'll be there soon. Go quickly." Hulina rolled her eyes and scolded. "Okay." Huang Wei turned around and ran back to the bathing room. Hulina rented the door and closed it directly. After observing the layout here, it is the same as hers. Even she didn't bother to decorate the room. It was enough for sleeping anyway. During normal times, she only thinks about how to quickly improve her cultivation point. Now that Huang Wei is a level 23 soul master, she must be even faster. Huang Wei was very fast. After washing up and changing clothes, he came out. "Sister Nana, I've done it." Huang Wei smiled with big white teeth. "Let's go." Hulina stood up without looking. Some time has been lost now. Huang Wei closed the door and stretched out his right hand to hold Hulina's hand as usual. He suddenly showed a sly smile. It felt so comfortable, so smooth, so tender, and he really wanted to kiss it. "No, this is too indecent. I'm a child now, and I must not show any flaws." Walk all the way to the cafeteria. Yan and Ziyu have already finished breakfast, and I have already ordered Hulina's and Huang Wei's portions. The two of them sat down and started eating. "You brat, do you know that we are only setting off now because of you? Otherwise we would have left long ago." Yan took this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Huang Wei glared at him and said while eating breakfast, "You can do it now. I don't have to keep you. You brat." The veins on Yan's forehead were exposed, and his fists were clenched tightly, exposing the situation. "Okay, stop arguing and let's go." Lina was already full, and Huang Wei was also very fast. Seeing that he was also full, he spoke, "HMPH." Yan snorted coldly and glared at Huang Wei. Huang Wei ignored him directly. Sticking to Hulina's arm, he looked at Yan with a provocative expression. Yan was so angry that he wanted to get up and beat someone, but Ziyu held him down. Yan could only swallow his anger and wait for the opportunity to teach Huang Wei a lesson. Then a group of 4 people headed outside the academy. Chapter 27 Sunset Town. A carriage with the logo of Wuhan Palace galloped quickly on the road. The groom is the master of the horse hall in Wuhan Hall. Despite his height and position in front of Huang Wei and Hulina, the identity of the hall leader was not a concern point, but don't underestimate this groom. No matter what, he has the cultivation level of a level 69 soul emperor. Looking at the top management of Wuhan Palace is not enough, but the outside is still enough, especially in the current Douluo continent. The groom's horse training skills are very superb. He is a bull. The horse is a 1,000-mile horse, and it eats high-grade feed. In addition, it is not an ordinary horse, but a century-old spirit beast, the wine-chasing horse. On both ends it took less than half an hour for the carriage To arrive at the location of this mission point, Sunset Town Point, the carriage stopped point at this moment. In the carriage, Huang Wei was boldly lying on Hulina's long legs, rubbing against her comfortably. This made Yan in the opposite seat grit his teeth. As for Xiaoyu, it was fine. After all, Hulina was his sister. He couldn't do anything to his own sister, right? What a beast this is. Huang Wei looked at Yan provocatively, showing his big white teeth. You brat, you're a man lying on a woman's lap. What's the decency of this thing? Get up quickly, Nana. So do you. You are a woman. How can you let another man lie on your lap? Yan was furious, pointed at Huang Wei, and said with a livid face, he is my biological junior brother, not to mention he is only 6 years old. What are you thinking? I have always taken care of him as my biological brother. Also, it seems you don't have to worry about me, Yan. You have too much to worry about. Hulina reached out and rubbed Huang Wei's hair, but didn't feel anything was wrong. In her opinion, it was the role of a sister to take care of her younger brother. In response to Yan's sudden attack, she frowned and looked unhappy. Did you hear that? What are you thinking about? Sister Nana, this guy doesn't have a good heart at first glance. Huang Wei immediately followed the current and said, damn. You just. When Yan was about to spit out fire, the groom's voice came from outside. Saint, Mr. Wei, Yan and Xiaoyu, we have arrived at Sunset Town. Let's go. Stop arguing. Xiaoyu closed the book in her hand, put it into the soul guide, raised her hand and patted Yan's shoulder, then turned around, and was the first to go down. As if Huang Wei was holding him back, he quickly got down. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. This is Sunset Town. It doesn't look too lively. Observing the front, there was a plaque on the door with the 3 characters Sunset Town written on it. Huang Wei opened his mouth and said. The groom immediately said, the population of Sunset Town is less than 100 households. Okay, everyone, follow the instructions of His Majesty the Pope. I can only take you here. I will come back after you complete the mission. The Wuhan team stationed inside, I've been waiting for you at this place. As he spoke, he handed over a piece of paper. Hulina took it, looked at it, and nodded. We understand. With that said, the 4 of them quickly headed towards Sunset Town Point. Go directly towards the place where the Wuhan team is at this time. The groom was about to leave, but a figure appeared behind him. Who? The groom looked wary. Don't be afraid, we are on our own. A middle-aged man's voice sounded faintly. The groom calmed down and immediately said, Dean Foster. Foster nodded. Well, the Pope sent me to protect them secretly. This is the first time for Mr. Wei to face the challenge of a Soul Master. He will see blood. He needs to take this step. Dean. Then I will go to the designated place and wait. The groom said. Go. Foster waved his hand. As soon as the golden eagle came out, it flew directly up. It did not enter Sunset Town, because the town was not big and was surrounded by barren mountains. He only needed to get close to a few people. Just hide it somewhere in the woods. In fact, this task is still very simple for him. Inside, Huang Wei was naturally very interested in this new place. Although Sunset Town is troubled by bandits, after walking inside, there are still shops open, stalls operating, and there is a flow of people. Huang Wei bought a few bunches of candied haws and held them in his hands. You brat, we're here for a mission, not for you to go shopping and eat. Seeing this, Yan found an opportunity and immediately scolded him. Huang Wei calmly handed the bunch of candied haws to Hulina and then to Xiaoyu. They both took it and ate it in their mouths. Then 3 pairs of eyes looked at Yan. It seems to be saying, no problem, you can eat it. If you don't want to eat it, don't force it. Yan was immediately confused. You just abandoned me. Do you want it? Huang Wei shook the candied haws in his hand. No. Yan was very strong-willed and just snorted and looked away. Huang Wei said in a very needy tone, actually, if you say you want it, I won't give it to you. I'm just going through the process and asking. Suddenly Hulina and Xiaoyu laughed. Yan was so angry. Soon, Hulina led everyone to the location on the note. This is an inn backed by hills and forests. The 4 people walked over. There were 5 men wearing armor walking towards this side point with a smile on his face. Saint, Mr. Wei, Yan, Ziyu, you are finally here. The 5 guards bowed their hands to Hulina and Huang Wei. I am the team leader of this team, Gu Shangfeng, a level 43 soul sect. The 4 people behind me are my teammates. The leading man introduced Hulina and the 4 others smiled and nodded in response. So Hulina said, tell me about the situation of the bandits here. Gu Changfeng immediately told Hulina and others the news about the bandits. The 4 of them finally understood how to start. The bandits are called the Wild Wolf Gang and they have 3 leaders. The headmaster has a 44th level of soul sect cultivation. The second master has a 39th level soul master cultivation level. The third master has a 36th level of soul master cultivation. There are a total of 30 people under his command. But in the midst of their team fighting with it, 15 of the opponent's people were killed, and 10 were seriously injured. Among those injured were the second in charge and the third in charge. As for the big boss, he saved them in the end, and retreated to the mountain. Taking advantage of the terrain and their advantages, they blocked the subsequent attack of this small team. Moreover, the small team also suffered numerous casualties, and they tried to attack several times, but failed. And the most important thing is that the opponent's big family is stronger than Gu Changfeng. So he asked his superiors for support, and Bibi Dong happened to take advantage of this opportunity, intending to use it to train Hulina and the other 4. Huang Wei is especially the focus of care. It is indeed cruel to be stained with blood at the age of 6, but there are some things that are a good thing for different people to experience sooner, and Huang Wei gave Bibi Dong the feeling that he was a different person. Huang Wei said, these are all small problems. Please take us to the top of the mountain. I can't wait for the actual battle now. As he spoke, he looked excited and showed no signs of timidity. Chapter 28 Wild Wolf Gang. Seeing Huang Wei being so bold, he was not timid at all. Hulina and the other 3 nodded with satisfaction to Huang Wei. At least this is a good start. Foster, who was in the dark, nodded with satisfaction when he saw this, and immediately picked up a small notebook to record it. Soon, Gu Changfeng led everyone to the foot of the mountain. There are also small teams of people guarding the surroundings. Seeing Gu Changfeng and others coming back, they immediately nodded to each other. Huang Wei and others looked at the hilltop in front of them. At first glance, they could see that the trees on the hilltop in front of them had collapsed, and the soil and vegetation were messy everywhere. At first glance, there was a constant scuffle. What's going on now? Gu Changfeng asked a guard who came over after meeting Hulina and others. The personnel reported to Gu Changfeng, the Wild Wolf Gang who went up the mountain has not made any movement yet and has been waiting for us to go up. However, in order to avoid unnecessary disputes, we have been waiting for the Wuhan Palace reinforce. As the man spoke, he couldn't help but suppress the 4 Hulinas who were standing aside. He murmured in his heart that, although they were the saint, the young master, Yan and Ziyu, these 3 people were only soul masters, and since the young master was so young, his level must not be much higher. Is this really useful? Alas, we can't even capture a single Wild Wolf Gang. If word spreads, our small team won't have to hang out anymore and can be disbanded in advance. So, this gang of wild wolves that does evil must be put in our hands. Gu Changfeng clenched his fists and said with great reluctance, it's all a small problem. Come over to my side. Now I will work with senior sister and others to open a way for you. Huang Wei waved his hand and said nonchalantly, although some of them are strong, the opponent is not weak either. Gu Changfeng reminded he felt that Huang Wei was joking. Don't worry, this guy's defense is terrifyingly strong. How can a mere 44 soul sect want to break through it? Not to mention him alone, plus the other members of the Wild Wolf Gang who are still alive, can't break through it. Although Yan was usually unhappy with Huang Wei's defense was strong, and he still conquered him. At this moment, he was the most active in praising Huang Wei's defense. Hulina and Ziyu also nodded. Yes, his defense is very strong. At least everyone here, including our full attack, can't break it. When Gu Changfeng heard this, his expression was suddenly stunned and shocked. Even these 3 people praised the young man in front of them so much. It seemed that this young man was really extraordinary. So he immediately walked to Huang Wei's side. When Huang Wei heard these 3 people praising him at the same time, his whole body became a little excited. However, he really disdains attacks from one soul sect, several soul masters, or even great soul masters. With a thought, he directly summoned the martial spirit black turtle. The soul power of his body surged, and a huge black turtle appeared on his back. After being possessed by the martial spirit, his body expanded and became taller. Green armor was attached to his body, and his pupils were slightly yellowed. Everything in front of him was in slow motion. In fact, he only needed to move between fast and slow motion at this moment. Arrived point after Gu Changfeng and others saw Huang Wei's martial spirit, their expressions were startled again. Damn it, this turtle spirit is too big, right? What kind of turtle is it? But now is not the time to question this. Huang Wei raised his hand a little, and a barrier spread out, forming a green tortoise shell that encompassed the 5 of them. The next moment, he was walking up the mountain ahead. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, where the Wild Wolf gang was stationed, they were facing a dilemma. The top of the mountain is already surrounded by the Wuhan Palace. As long as they go down the mountain, they will be attacked. As for the injured and still alive members of the Wild Wolf gang, except for a few who were outside to investigate intelligence, the rest were recovering from their injuries in the base. Brother, what should we do now? Yes, there is no way for us to stay here all the time. The food and water will run out one day, and there will not be enough. If this continues, if we don't go down, and the other party doesn't come up, it will only be us who end up spending the time. Otherwise, if we continue to lead the Wild Wolf gang, to kill and seize any chance of survival, the worst we can do is surrender to the spirit hall. In the base, in the master's house, 3 people were sitting around, with a terrain chessboard in the center of them. The headmaster is watching hard, trying to find a breakthrough, leave this mountaintop at the minimum cost, and escape far away. Then it will be safe. It's impossible. Don't you see it? If Wuhan Palace is here, to surrender and join us, it should have sent a message. After killing so many of us before, it's been a long time coming. It's already impossible to come. What's more, every one of us in the Wild Wolf gang has 10 lives in his hands. They are destined to destroy us. The boss's face was anxious, and he didn't look good either. He was affected by the current predicament, and was also physically injured by the other party when he fought with Gu Changfeng before. But compared to the 2nd master, 3rd master and the rest of the living Wild Wolf gang, his injuries were nothing. On the way, they also took advantage of the terrain on the top of the mountain, and were good at fighting their opponent Zhao Zuan, and they fought to a 50-50 draw. Although it's difficult for us, it's also difficult for the other party. We will recuperate for a few more days. When the food and water are all gone, and we can't think of a way out, we will rush down with the remaining people and fight, to clear a bloody path. After the headmaster sighed, his face showed cold determination. Quick, hit me. Chapter 23. However, at this moment, someone from the Wild Wolf gang shouted urgently outside. Suddenly, soul masters with long-range attacks began to attack down the mountain. Are you here again? It seems that the other party doesn't want to wait any longer. The headmaster's brows sank. The boss is in trouble. However, a figure rushed in and shouted in a panic. What's wrong? Roll. After the words fell, a cold snort came from outside. Flames rose from the ground, and the scimitar kept flying, ruthlessly constricting the lives of the people from the Wild Wolf gang outside. Screams continued to sound. Then everyone saw a green light flashing not far ahead. The 3 masters rushed out immediately. The martial spirits started to activate one after another. What's going on? The terrain is conducive to us. How could we be defeated so easily? The 3rd master looked at the man who just rushed in. The man immediately said, all our attacks were blocked by the tortoise shell on the opponent's body. Then, let's all attack. The 2nd master said angrily, we just attack as a whole, it's useless. The opponent's defense is too strong. The man retorted, damn, you guys are going to die. What the hell are you doing? The 2nd master suddenly looked embarrassed. Okay, stop arguing. You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons immediately and surrender obediently. we can keep the whole body. At this time, Huang Wei, the leader, spoke lightly. The blood scene in front of him made his face turn slightly pale, but he quickly adapted to it. In his hand, there was a small green ball that gradually condensed. It was after using the second soul ring that these people gathered together to attack the tortoise shell, and the damage that should have been reflected from the critical hit was returned. But even so, as long as it is launched, the people in front of it will be killed or disabled. Soon, the team members below also rushed up and surrounded the remnants of the Wild Wolf Gang. Chapter 29 Worship Hall Boss, what should we do now? The second master asked with cold sweat breaking out. The leader said with a gloomy face, kill out. Then, he yelled angrily, possessed by a black bear. 4 soul rings bloomed on his body. His body suddenly became very big, strong, and powerful. Possessed by the thunderstorm monkey, the second master roared angrily. Thunder flashed on his body. As for the third master, it is a huge black knife with a wide width. The remaining members of the Wild Wolf Gang who were still alive had already summoned their martial spirits. Kill with me, the leader roared angrily, and charged straight ahead. The 4th soul ring lights up, and the soul skill is activated. Your opponent is me, Gu Changfeng shouted, trying to charge forward. However, Huang Wei held him back. Don't move. Believe me, a small soul sect can't break my defense. Huang Wei smiled slightly and said. Gu Changfeng was stunned. Hulina and others nodded. Okay. He didn't move. The next second, Huang Wei's tortoise shell blocked everyone's attacks. How could it be possible? What kind of tortoise shell is this? It's so hard. The expressions of the 3 masters changed drastically. They were in disbelief, and the big knife of the third master was tearing apart. It's my turn to give you a taste of my own attack. Huang Wei smiled faintly, and the green ball condensed in his hand ejected directly. For some reason, the 3 masters sensed the danger. Their pupils narrowed, and they shouted, retreat. Escaped. That's too late. The corners of Huang Wei's mouth raised slightly. Boom. The next second, a green energy exploded in front of him. The master's body died suddenly on the spot and turned into flesh and blood. This scene made everyone at the scene widen their eyes and be extremely frightened. Everyone in the Wild Wolf Gang broke out in cold sweat and kept retreating. Brother, the second master and the third master roared miserably. What on earth was that thing just now? It blew up the boss with just such a blow. I want you to die. The 2 of them were completely furious and used their strongest blow to hit Huang Wei's tortoise shell. Huang Wei stopped using his second soul skill. The next second, there was an explosion. Their bodies exploded directly. This was a critical hit with counter injury. Han Zun's body simply couldn't bear it. Seeing this scene, Gu Changfeng, Yan and Xiao couldn't help but tremble. So does the rest. Huang Wei's mentality was a little abnormal. Instead of feeling sick or scared when he saw this scene, he was actually a little excited. As for the rest of the people, although it was not their first time seeing human blood, they all looked a little uncomfortable when they saw this scene. The 3 leaders of the Wild Wolf Gang have been killed. Let me, General, clean up the rest. Gu Changfeng shouted. The next second, everyone rushed forward and killed all the remaining members of the Wild Wolf Gang. The rest of the process will be left to them. Let's go. We are going back, Hulina said with a bad expression. I didn't expect that. When we came here, we were just going through the motions to watch the show, and we only took action once, and we were all playing small roles. Yan said with some slight complaints. You want to play? Then go to Death Canyon, where a lot of killings are waiting for you, Ziyu said with a playful look. When Yan heard this, his expression suddenly turned a little bad. That place was really not for people, but it was very useful for improving strength and cultivation. At this time, a figure flew out of the sky. It was Dean Foster. Dean, why are you here? Huang Wei asked. I have always been here, under the orders of the Pope, to protect you secretly. You have done a good job, especially you, Mr. Wei. The mission was completed very well. It was the first time I saw blood. To be able to be so calm is worthy of being the direct disciple chosen by His Majesty the Pope. Foster clapped his hands and exaggerated directly to Huang Wei without any concealment. Huang Wei said, well, I'm very strong. He readily accepted the compliment. You are really immodest. Yan said, 3 of you. His Majesty the Pope has said that when you complete your mission, I will take you to the Pope's palace. Foster said, okay. Hulina nodded. Foster used the 5th soul skill, and Huang Wei and others experienced the joy of flying again. Fly directly towards Wuhan City quickly. Gu Changfeng and others below quickly finished cleaning up. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were very envious, but he knew that to have such a scene, they must have corresponding strength. They didn't, so naturally they cleaned up here. Wuhan City, Pope's Palace. Everyone will come back soon. Entered the Pope's Palace. Everyone saluted. Bibi Dong holds a gem scepter in her hand and sits on the supreme throne. Listen to Foster's report. Very satisfied with Huang Wei's performance. Yu Guan and Gui Mei on the side were also shocked. Zhao Wei, your performance is very good. I promised you as a teacher before that I would graduate you after you reach level 20. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Bibi Dong said, because Huang Wei is going to a place next, and that is Death Canyon, a place where every genius of Wuhan Palace will go. She had also told Huang Wei before. Huang Wei said, teacher, I won't graduate for the time being. I want to participate in the continent-wide Soul Master Elite competition in a few years. Seeing him volunteering, everyone was very satisfied. Bibi Dong nodded. After that, you can make your own arrangements in the academy, and the same goes for your cultivation. But before that, you need to enter the Death Canyon and come out alive. When you are able to break through to the Soul Lord before you are 10 years old, your master will make you the Holy Son of the Soul Palace. Yan, Ziyu and Foster were all shocked by Bibi Dong's decision. However, Hulina was not too surprised. With Huang Wei's talent and strength, this would happen sooner or later. His Majesty the Pope, the Wuhan Palace has never had the position of Holy Son. Foster said immediately. Nothing can be established. Bibi Dong's voice was cold and unquestionable. Foster's body trembled, and he nodded immediately. Yes. Okay, you all should disperse and go down to collect the reward. Zhao Wei, you stay here. Chapter 24. Bibi Dong said. Everyone left immediately. Teacher, why do you want me to stay? After all those people went out, Huang Wei asked, I will take you to a place. Bibi Dong said. The next moment, Bibi Dong came down from above, her previous cold look subdued, replaced by a gentle smile. Okay. Huang Wei nodded. In this way, under the leadership of Bibi Dong, Huang Wei walked towards a strange place that he had never been to before. Bibi Dong said, in addition to the Pope's Palace and Wuhan Palace, there is also the Elder's Palace and the Enshrinement Hall. The place I'm taking you to now is the Enshrinement Hall, and it is also where the strongest people in Wuhan Palace are. Passed through a corridor. Arriving at the Enshrinement Hall, I walked in directly. Pope, what are you doing here? An old man came out. Second worshipper, I want to see Khan Daoliu. Bibi Dong's expression returned to coldness. The person in front of him gave Huang Wei a strong pressure. Like facing a formidable enemy. To offerings. Could it be that the person in front of him is Golden Crocodile Douluo, a 98th level titled Douluo? At this moment, Huang Wei kept recalling the plot of his previous life in his mind. Chapter 30. Grandpa Khan, do you want to try the ball in my hand, Bibi Dong said to Huang Wei. This is the second enshrinement hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo. You can just call him Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Hello, Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Huang Wei nodded sensibly and said hello politely. When Jin Crocodile heard Huang Wei greeting him, he naturally lost his previous indifference and instead showed a smile. Hello, little guy. But the next second, his pupils shrank. 23rd level Great Soul Master? How long has it been since then? Little guy, are you really only 6 years old? Jin Crocodile asked in disbelief. He didn't expect anyone other than Khan Rinxu to be able to achieve this at this age. Moreover, the opponent's martial spirit is only a turtle, not a god level inherited martial spirit. This is too terrible. But fortunately, this boy is from Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, Grandpa Jin Crocodile. I'm 6 years old this year. Yesterday I broke through to absorb the second soul ring and broke through to become a great soul master. Jin Crocodile laughed and was in a particularly good mood. Haha, but it's a good thing that a monster with such talent came out of our spirit hall. Then he looked at Bibi Dong. What are you doing here this time, Bibi? Dong showed a touch of pride on her cold face. Did you see? This is my disciple of Bibi Dong. She said coldly. I'm here to find a big offering. Jin. Crocodile also guessed it, and just as he was about to say something, a deeper voice suddenly sounded from the worship hall. Let them come in. Yes. Golden Crocodile nodded immediately. Soon, Bibi Dong led Huang Wei into the innermost Seraphim Heritage Hall. You came to me this time, for this little guy? As one of the three extremes on the Douluo continent, the invincible Kaindo Liu saw Bibi Dong's purpose of coming to find him at the first sight. Right, Zhao Wei, activate your martial spirit, Bibi. Dong looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei nodded and summoned the black turtle to possess him. When Huang Wei appeared, Kaindo Liu's eyes narrowed slightly. What kind of turtle is this? And why is it so big? Normal tortoise martial spirits simply don't exist this big. And the opponent is indeed a human being, not a spirit beast incarnation. And this turtle has a very domineering aura. Bibi Dong said, do you know if his martial spirit is the inherited martial spirit of a certain god? His cultivation speed is very fast, and he can cultivate with water, innate, with full soul power. 6 years old 23rd level Great Soul Master, Wuhan Zhuangui. Kaindo Liu once again summarized the news he had learned before, and the news he knew now. Then he shook his head. He is not a divine martial soul. According to the memory of the angel god, there is no such or similar god in the god realm. Hearing this, Bibi Dong did not show any disappointment, but instead smiled with more satisfaction. Did you see that my disciple's martial spirit is not inherited from the gods? The speed of cultivation has already caught up with your so-called inheritance from the gods. Aoran became more intense. Kaindo Liu naturally saw the proud look on Bibi Dong's face. But it's also helpless. Why did you come here this time? Kaindo Liu asked calmly. Bibi Dong said, if Zhao Wei can become the Soul Lord before he is 10 years old, I will make him the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Kaindo Liu nodded calmly. He agreed without any objection at all. He has the qualifications. Yes. There is no need for that time. He can be declared the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace now. A 6-year-old 23rd level Great Soul Master. This kind of talent is definitely the most talented monster in the entire continent among non-gods to inherit martial arts. His future achievements are unlimited. The Spirit Hall should provide more resources and vigorously cultivate him. Qualified enough. Bibi Dong refused. No, this is the agreement between Zhao Wei and I will send him into Death Canyon later. I believe he can become a 10-year-old Soul Master. Kaindo Liu looked a little displeased. You are really a madman. You actually want to send a Great Soul Master into that place, and he is only 6 years old. There is no need to go to that kind of place. I can teach him personally. He valued such a seedling very much. If he could, he would become the next Pope of Wuhan Palace. If Bibi Dong hadn't accepted a disciple, he would have snatched it away now, but he couldn't. No need. He has his own way to go. When he was at level 15, his defense was able to withstand the constant attacks of several Soul Kings before breaking. Now at level 23, how strong do you think his defense is? And he also has very terrifying counter injury. This kind of counter-attack injuries seem to ignore the soul power level. With that said, Bibi Dong flicked a piece of information directly from the soul guide and flew up. It was exactly the information from Huang Wei's mimicry training before. Kaindo Liu was extremely surprised when he heard this. He quickly grabbed the information and took a look. Even he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. With such a terrifying defensive power, if it were allowed to grow, wouldn't it mean that even the gods would be unable to break through his defense? Okay, this seedling is great. Kaindo Liu's eyes became hot, and he wanted to rob someone. Bibi Dong warned coldly, he is my disciple, I will teach him. Hearing this, the fire in Kaindo Liu's eyes disappeared instantly, and he understood that the other party was expressing his attitude. It doesn't matter, as long as he is from Wuhan Palace. Kaindo Liu nodded. Little guy, are you willing to challenge your current limit? Then he looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, possessed. by a black turtle. I just summoned the black turtle, not possessed. Point now. After possessing the body, a layer of green armor is attached, and the body becomes taller and stronger. The first soul skill, defense, Huang Wei said softly. Immediately afterwards, Douluo put pressure on Huang Wei. This pressure is just like that of a Soul King. Huang Wei didn't have anything wrong at all, and his expression was extremely dull. This made Douluo even more convinced. Huang Wei's tortoise shell can not only resist attacks, but also resist pressure. On Douluo's body, soul rings appeared one after another, and seraphs appeared on his body. Very vast, bright, and powerful. Point in his hand, a long sword, the Holy Angel Sword, was directly condensed, and he used the power of the Soul Emperor to slash directly on Huang Wei's tortoise shell. Huang Wei activated his second soul skill, wanting to see how big a sphere he could condense. The next moment, Huang Wei's tortoise shell shook slightly. Green balls that continued to condense appeared in Huang Wei's hands about the size of a soybean. Huang Wei was extremely surprised in his heart, as expected of man with demigod cultivation. Even if he suppresses the power of the Soul Emperor, the ball he condenses is so big, and this power actually makes my tortoise shell vibrate. It's amazing. But at this moment, Douluo was no longer calm. Although he used the power of the Soul Emperor, he was a demigod after all, but he couldn't break through the opponent's tortoise shell. The Soul Emperor he just used happened to be level 60. It only moved a little bit, which was already very appalling. So he slowly increased his force upwards, and kept hitting it with the Angel Holy Sword. It wasn't until he was 69, that cracks appeared in Huang Wei's turtle shell. And Huang Wei also felt that something in his body was constantly passing away. His face was a little pale, but when he looked at the ball in his hand, he suddenly became excited. Grandpa, do you want to try the energy ball in my hand? Huang Wei's pale face showed a strange smile. Chapter 31 Golden Turtle Cover. Grandpa do you want to try the energy ball in my hand? Huang Wei's pale face showed a strange smile. As soon as these words came out, Bibi Dong and Douluo, who was exerting pressure, were both stunned. Then at this moment, Douluo noticed the green energy ball in Huang Wei's hand. What is this? Bibi Dong's eyelids twitched a little. Could this be what Foster said? Xiao Wei's second soul skill can condense all the power that was originally used to inflict damage on the opponent, and designed a target to inflict damage. Douluo kept attacking at the Soul Emperor level, and at the same time, watched the green ball in Huang Wei's hand continue to grow in size, and finally became as big as 2 palms. This made him curious, so he asked, what is this in your hand? Huang Wei said, Grandpa this is an energy ball condensed by the damage that the tortoise shell should have reflected on you. So, what you're saying is that this green energy ball is condensed from the damage you inflicted on me when I first attacked you? Douluo understood immediately and looked surprised. He quickly stopped the attack in his hand and looked at the slight cracks on the tortoise shell. He probably understood that Huang Wei's limit should be below the level 68 Soul Emperor with invincible defense. Chapter 25. In this case, it would be a bit scary. What on earth is this turtle? If he continues to grow like this, wouldn't he be able to withstand the attacks of titled Douluo or even Super Douluo, if he cultivates to the level of Soul King, or even Soul Emperor? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. Terrible martial spirit, what kind of turtle is this? No, after this matter is over, I want to ask the Lord Angel God. Douluo nodded. You attack me, I will follow. Huang Wei said, Grandpa you'd better gather your soul power to resist, otherwise there will be an accident. Okay. Although Douluo was a demigod, he still nodded in agreement with an expressionless face. However, the pride of being the number one in the sky is still there. In his opinion, this defense can at most harm the Soul Emperor. He is a demigod. At this moment, the green energy ball in Huang Wei's hand locked directly on Douluo and shot towards him. Call out. Douluo's pupils narrowed, and he wanted to use his soul power to resist, but found that the green light directly ignored the soul power defense, and entered his body directly. The next second, streaks of milky white electricity appeared on his body, and instantly, he felt a sour and refreshing feeling. Well, Douluo's face was grim, and he couldn't help but scream out due to the pain in his body. He knew that he had lost his composure and immediately used all the angelic soul power in his body to suppress the confrontation. Damn it, what on earth is this thing that can ignore the soul power level and the level gap, directly enter my body and cause harm from inside my body? Douluo gritted his teeth, wanting to immediately resist the rebound damage in order to save the shame of having just screamed. His face was also abnormally red. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong's lips curved into a satisfied smile, and she looked at Huang Wei with a more comfortable and gentle expression. Little guy, you really gave me a bad breath. Haha, a powerful demigod is actually affected by the rebound attack of a 23rd level Great Soul Master. If you tell me this, you don't know where your old face will go. Let go. Huang Wei was staring at Douluo with fiery eyes, wanting to see how much damage the energy ball he had condensed could bring to the demigod. However, Douluo's slightly embarrassed face quickly returned to being relaxed and calm. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei was a little disappointed. It seemed that the gap between the demigod and him was still too big. The soul power of a soul master increases greatly with each level after the soul king, and his defense seems to be following this rule. But at least, when he has not reached title Douluo, he will definitely be able to block title Douluo's full attack. Douluo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally got it done. This difficult energy was so terrifying. If the same Soul Emperor came here, the end would be very miserable. If it is an enemy, then come up and smash the turtle's defense with all your strength, making it unable to condense, and then kill him quickly. This is the only way to break the situation. Very good. I take back what I said before. You can go to Death Canyon with confidence. It is more than enough for you to pass through. Douluo's attitude changed 180 degrees from just now, and he smiled and nodded in agreement. From now on, we will tilt our cultivation resources towards you, so that you can grow up as quickly as possible. Bibi Dong, train him well. Douluo said. He wanted to say something else, but he swallowed it back. For the time being, it was best not to say those words. Bibi Dong said indifferently. Of course, she is my direct disciple of Bibi Dong. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Huang Wei's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for withstanding Douluo's attack test and injuring the opponent. One of the rewards is the defensive magical power, Golden Turtle Cover. Golden Turtle Cover. It is a passive magical power. It can be summoned by the host's thoughts. It is superimposed with the defense of the original turtle shell, turning the green turtle shell into gold. The defense power will be greatly improved, and there will be certain reactions. The probability of injury depends on luck, and it will be superimposed with the original damage after being triggered. Damn it, I actually have magical powers. After Huang Wei heard this, his eyes widened, and he cried in his heart. At this moment, Bibi Dong held his hand and turned to leave. Grandpa Kian, goodbye. Huang Wei immediately came back to his senses, calmed down the ecstasy in his heart, waved his hand to Douluo, and said politely. Douluo is very gentle towards his own people. Therefore, Huang Wei's etiquette was accepted by him, and he nodded with a kind smile. Okay. After leaving the Pope's palace, the system notification sounded in Huang Wei's mind again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for entering and exiting the enshrinement hall for the first time. The reward is to increase the cultivation speed by 5%. Take off from woohoo. Huang Wei screamed excitedly in his heart. If he were not walking with Bibi Dong now, he would shout directly to express his excitement. System, open the character interface, he shouted impatiently. The next second, a familiar picture appeared. Turtle Invincible System Host, Huang Wei Martial Spirit, Black Turtle Talent, Turtle Longevity Lifespan. 900 Soul Power. 23. Second Ring Great Soul Master, Soul Skills, Defense, with 1 level of Counter Injury Critical Hit, 1 level of Tortoise Shell Strengthening, Tortoise Shell Saving Magical Power, Golden Turtle Mask Equipment, Thorn Armor, Defensive version of Static Electric Blade. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate. 100% critical hit rate. 50% cultivation speed. 10% teacher. When will I set off to the Death Canyon? Huang Wei asked with his head raised. Bibi Dong said gently, are you so anxious to go? Huang Wei nodded. Since this matter is destined to be carried out, I naturally think that the sooner I go, the better. The sooner I can pass the customs, the sooner I can come back and enjoy my life. Okay, you know how to play. You should put cultivation first. Forget it. If you are determined, then go tomorrow. Bibi Dong educated Huang Wei and then said that she wanted to see his opinion. Chapter 32 Message sent at night. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, Huang Wei nodded. No problem. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. You should go back and rest first. Someone will take you there tomorrow. Hulina and the other 3 will also follow you there to show you the way. Huang Wei said, I understand, teacher. In this way, Huang Wei returned to his residence in Wuhan Palace. He was very excited when he looked at the large artificial lake that had been built. When the maid saw Huang Wei coming back, she immediately saluted respectfully and called him young master. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. You go and prepare dinner for me. I'll go practice for a while. With that said, he ran directly towards the artificial lake. Take off your clothes down to your underwear and jump right in. Now his cultivation speed has increased by 5 plus the previous 5. Now the total is 10%. It was so fierce at 5%, but now at 10%. Isn't it even more terrifying? So he couldn't wait to try it. With a pop, he was immersed in the water, and his whole face suddenly turned red. He groaned. It feels so comfortable. It felt like the blood capillaries all over my body were expanding, exhaling the heat in my body. The familiar big black turtle also appeared on him. Huang Wei was just lying between the surface of the water and the inside of the water, floating. While running the soul guidance technique in the body, he started to breathe in and out. The next second, the surrounding dust, water energy, and the weak sunset light turned into particles and condensed towards the tortoise shell of his black turtle. The tortoise shell will reflect back to the inside and outside of Huang Wei's body, and he will feel this way almost simultaneously. The maid picked up Huang Wei's clothes that he had thrown on the ground. Looking in the direction of Huang Wei, he sighed. After all, he is only a 6-year-old child. After saying that, he turned around and went back. The remaining maids began to cook for Huang Wei. Naturally, they cooked some hot pot that Huang Wei taught them before. These days, they occasionally make food for themselves. The taste is really addictive. Time passed quickly, and the sky turned completely dark. The world has entered darkness. Master, dinner is ready. A maid came to the front of the big lake, summoned a martial spirit, which was a loudspeaker, and whispered directly to the opposite side of the lake. It's like a mother asking her child to eat. These maids of Huang Wei are all soul masters with soul power, but they all have limited qualifications and cannot practice to many levels, so they took the initiative to join this ranks. The maid in front of me holding a loudspeaker martial soul has only level 15 soul power. Under the vibration of the sound wave, Huang Wei gradually woke up. He did not sleep deeply because he knew that it was not far from the time for dinner in the water. He was very fast. With one ejection, he came to the front of the maid. The maid already held a rose-colored bath towel in her hand. After Huang Wei came ashore, he put it on him very skillfully. Huang Wei was very satisfied and nodded. Let's go eat. As he said that, he couldn't wait any longer and ran with his legs. The practice made him very hungry. Isn't it said that turtles can absorb dust to satisfy their hunger? Why does he still feel so hungry even though he has absorbed the dust? It's really weird. If you can't figure out the problem, you will have a headache, and if you have a headache, you will want to eat. Sitting on the stool at the dining table, Huang Wei started to use his chopsticks. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.